Chapter 40-41. As the overlord of the Eastern Continent, the demonic hall was huge and majestic. It was divided into 5 regions: outer, inner, core, elders' hall, and back mountain. The outer, inner, and core regions were where the disciples lived. The elders' hall was where the elders of the demonic hall lived. There were many elders in the demonic hall. The strongest were the 10 elders. Below them were the enforcement elders, deacon elders, and so on. There were tens of thousands of deacon elders in the demonic hall. They were in charge of the daily affairs of the demonic hall. The back mountain was the demonic hall's forbidden area. Since the demonic hall's herb fields, spirit veins, crystal veins, and treasury were all in the back mountain, apart from Elder Hua, the hall master, Chu Yun, and the first elder, even the 9 elders had to be approved to enter the back mountain. Elder Hua and the hall master usually guarded the back mountain. Of course, there was also the demonic hall's sovereign divine weapon. Following Elder Hua and the hall master, Qin Feiyang and the others entered the core disciple region. These core disciples were usually arrogant, but when they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, their eyes were filled with respect. They bowed from afar. There are more than 1 million core disciples in the demonic hall. Now, there are more than 1,000 core disciples who have comprehended the supreme profundity. Elder Hua chuckled. His face was filled with relief. Thinking back, they and the elders were the only ones who had comprehended the supreme profundity in the demonic hall. Not a single disciple had comprehended the supreme profundity. Not bad. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for Frenzy and the others who came to impart knowledge, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single core disciple now. Elder Hua shook his head. This is what we should do. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Also, ever since the Rogue Cultivator Alliance moved to the Western Continent, the Demonic Hall has become the only overlord of the Eastern Continent. Due to your influence, the young people of the Eastern Continent have been aiming to enter the Demonic Hall. To be able to become a disciple of the Demonic Hall is something that brings honor to your ancestors. Elder Hua shook his head. Our influence. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Not bad. You guys are disciples of our Devil Hall. Now that you guys are famous, our Devil Hall will naturally benefit from it. It's not just us from the Eastern Continent. The youths from the Southern Continent and the Northern Continent are all fighting to enter our Devil Hall. So now, the number of disciples in our Devil Hall has already reached 60 to 70 million. If not for the fact that the demonic palace is already unable to accommodate all of them, there would probably be over 100 million disciples by now. Elder Hua smiled bitterly. Just because of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, their demon hall had reached an unprecedented level of glory. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Qin Feiyang, the mermaid princess, Fire Lotus, and Li Feng looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. I'm not exaggerating at all. It's not just our Devil Hall. It's the same for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Because you and Madman are the personal disciples of the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of the Exalted Hall Master. In short, right now, the prestige of the few of you has practically surpassed that of the Feather Emperor and the others. Elder Hua was filled with emotions. How many years had it been? It was hard to believe that he had actually grown to such an extent. Thinking back to the past, when Qin Feiyang and the others had just entered the Sky Cloud realm, whether it was the Demonic Palace or the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, there were many young people who were more powerful than them. For example, Yi Tian. Back then, he was a recognized genius in the Eastern Continent. But now, he had been left far behind by Qin Feiyang and the others. He didn't even have the chance to eat dust. There were even many young people who were stronger than Qin Feiyang and the others back then who were still worried about stepping into the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm and the Great Perfection Sovereign Realm. Qin Feiyang asked, what about the Divine Palace and the Sky Palace? Although He Zhongtian and the others have already joined you, they haven't developed as well as our Demonic Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Elder Hua shook his head. The Hall Master smiled and said, it's not that they haven't developed as well as us, but they're declining. Declining? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. The young people from the northern and southern continents have all racked their brains to join our demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance. Naturally, the divine palace and the sky palace have lost a lot of talents. Do you know what's the most important thing for forces like us? That's fresh blood. Without fresh blood, it's only a matter of time before we perish. Because of this, He Zhongtian and the others have come to talk to us more than once, asking us if we can give them a way out. Actually, our demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance aren't willing to see the sky palace and the divine palace become like this. But there's nothing we can do. If the young people from the two continents want to join us, we can't even stop them. If their talents are ordinary, we can still reject them. But if they're talented young people, how can we reject them? Who can bear to reject them? The Hall Master shook his head, his face filled with helplessness. Indeed. Who doesn't want geniuses? But if this continues, the four continents will lose their balance sooner or later. Once the balance is broken, disputes and battles will follow. It wasn't easy for the Sky Cloud realm to unite. We can't let it go to waste like this. Qin Feiyang was a little worried. We know that. But we have to respect the young people's decision. Since they chose our demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance, there's no reason to chase them away. This will make us seem too arrogant and unreasonable. Elder Hui said. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "This is indeed a problem that needs to be solved as soon as possible. It's actually very easy to solve." The mermaid princess pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the mermaid princess. The reason why the young people from the southern and northern continents give up what's near and seek what's far away is because they feel that the demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance are very close to you. Joining the demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance will give them more opportunities and opportunities. The mermaid princess analyzed in an orderly manner. Yes. That's what they think. Elder Hui nodded. The mermaid princess smiled and said, "To break this phenomenon, we just need to build a land of inheritance in the divine palace and the sky palace." That's right. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and looked at Elder Hui and the Hall Master. He smiled and said, "If all four forces have their own land of inheritance, then they won't have to give up what's near and seek what's far away." The two of them looked at each other and pondered for a while before nodding and saying, "That's true. But what if they insist on coming for you? After all, your relationship with the demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance is the biggest reason. In other words, they're here because they admire you. If that's the case," the mermaid princess pondered for a while before looking at Qin Feiyang and saying, "At most, you can just hold a nominal position in the divine palace and the sky palace." Nominal position? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. For example, the deputy hall master. When you go to the divine palace and the sky palace and hold the position of deputy hall master, won't this problem be solved? The mermaid princess smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess in a daze and said with a smile, "Pretty smart. This is a good idea." The mermaid princess blushed slightly. "I object." Elder Hui immediately said, "Huh." Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess looked at Elder Hui in confusion. In the demonic palace and the rogue cultivator alliance, you're disciples. If you go to the sky palace and the divine palace, you'll become deputy hall masters. The difference between a disciple and a deputy hall master is not small. At that time, everyone will think that you'll focus on the sky palace and the divine palace. Then, the young people from the eastern and western continents might go to the sky palace and the divine palace. Elder Hui said. Qin Feiyang was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and said, "Wait, do we really have such great prestige now? Nonsense. Go outside and take a look. You're the wind vane now." Elder Hui was helpless. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that there would be such a problem. Then how about this? Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang and suggested, "You, Brother Fengzi, and Brother Wolf will have a nominal position in the Divine Palace, Sky Palace, Demonic Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. I think you'll be Deputy Hall Masters since you don't care about anything anyway." "That's fine." Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus agreed. "All right. As long as we can maintain the balance of the 4 continents." Qin Feiyang nodded. Since that's the case, I'll just be an honorary hall master. An honorary hall master will have to listen to me in the future. How embarrassing. The hall master chuckled. What else can I say? As long as you're happy. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. You're still not happy. Although you're just an honorary hall master, your position is above mine. You'll go from a disciple to an honorary hall master. That's a meteoric rise. Elder Hu pouted. Yes. I'm honored. Qin Feiyang nodded. Brat. Elder Hu scolded jokingly. He then turned to look at the hall master and smiled. I'll go look for He Zhongtian and ask them to start building a land of legacy. I'll go. You stay and accompany them. The hall master smiled. You're the hall master. How can I let you do it personally? Elder Hu waved his hand. Can you not laugh at me? In terms of seniority, I'm your junior. The hall master shook his head. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. Do as you wish. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. In fact, the biggest reason was that Elder Hu was very familiar with Qin Feiyang and the others. After touring the demonic palace, Elder Hu led Qin Feiyang and the others into the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. The mountains were stacked and the vegetation was lush. In the mountains, there were tens of thousands of herb fields of various sizes. Every herb was at least 10,000 years old. They were overflowing with light and auspicious qi. The energy of the crystal veins and spirit veins turned into white mist and filled the mountains. It made this place look like a paradise. So many. Li Feng looked at this scene in shock. There are so many disciples. If we don't get more, how can it be enough for them? Elder Hu shook his head. Li Feng frowned. It's a little difficult to establish a force. It's not difficult to establish it, but it's difficult to defend it. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's right. It's just like a family business. It's not difficult to build a family business. For example, as long as we want to, we can easily build a huge family business. However, to protect this family business, we have to put in a lot of effort. In short, it's tiring. Fire Lotus shook his head. Chapter 40-42. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he turned to look at Fire Lotus and teased, Are you indirectly complaining to me? Why should I complain to you? Fire Lotus looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, Helping me manage the Black Tortoise world, isn't that the same as helping me protect my family business? If I really thought it was hard, I would have quit long ago. Would you chase me out of the Black Tortoise world? Let's talk about it later. Isn't it Pai Lupi and Theta Wang managing it now? I have more free time than anyone else. Fire Lotus could not help but roll her eyes. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. It had been a long time since they had gathered together and had a good chat. Not long after, Qin Feiyang and the others finished touring the back mountain and saw the land of inheritance that was being built at the center of the back mountain. Elder Hua's residence was at the peak of the mountain next to it. In other words, the land of inheritance was right under Elder Hua's nose. At the peak of the mountain, there was a simple and unadorned building. It was 2 stories tall and had been there for many years. However, it was very clean and neat. Outside the building, there was a courtyard where various precious herbs were planted. One could smell a strong medicinal fragrance from afar. Elder Hu led them into the courtyard. At the side of the courtyard, there was a stone table and 6 stone stools. The herbs around them swayed in the wind and were full of vitality. They sat around the table. Qin Feiyang took out the ancient dragon god tea and tea set. As he brewed the tea, he scanned the courtyard and smiled. Your place is not bad. It's not bad, but it lacks a bit of personality. It's too calm. Elder Hu chuckled. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. What do you understand? Elder Hu looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Aren't you saying this because you want us to drink tea and chat with you more often in the future? Elder Hu laughed and said, You know me well, but speaking of which, what are your plans next? Next, Qin Feiyang brewed the tea and poured them out one by one. Then, he picked up the teacup and tasted it while muttering to himself. Elder Hua and the others also picked up their teacups and drank as they silently watched Qin Feiyang. A short while later, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "To the divine kingdom." She really wouldn't stop until she was shocked to death. When Elder Hua heard this, his arm trembled slightly, and the tea in the cup spilled out. Go to the divine kingdom? Wasn't that just courting death? Although Qin Feiyang could defeat the king, who knew how many old antiques there were in the divine kingdom? I understand your concerns. But now, we have no choice but to go. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Why must I go? Could it be that someone has been captured by the divine kingdom and needs your rescue? Elder Hua was bewildered. That's not it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, in the battle with the king, I obtained the inheritance of 15 ultimates, but, at that moment. Qin Feiyang explained the situation in detail. Elder Hua was stunned when he heard this. Although everyone was talking about how Qin Feiyang defeated the monarch, who would have known that it would be so tragic? In other words, you have to go to the divine kingdom and kill the sky prides to get these inheritances. After calming down, Elder Hua asked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. If we can really get these inheritances and create a few experts who can integrate with the will of heaven, our Sky Cloud Realm's chances of winning will indeed increase a lot. But it's too dangerous. If you go, it's tantamount to sending sheep to the tiger's den. Why don't you go to Long Chen and Long Qin and ask them to help you break the seal? Elder Hua frowned. That's impossible. At that time, White-Eyed Wolf had already asked Long Qin for help. Moreover, this is Ice Dragon's order. Long Chen and Long Qin don't dare to go against it. All these years, the siblings have already done enough for the Sky Cloud Realm. We can't make things difficult for them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Elder Hua was also a reasonable person. Since Qin Feiyang said so, the Long Chen siblings must have their own difficulties. As a person, one shouldn't make things difficult for others just to make things easier for oneself. That was immoral. All right. No matter what you do, this old man will support you, but you must be careful. Elder Hua warned. Although no one had been to the Divine Kingdom before, it was obvious that it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. If one wasn't careful, they might fall into eternal damnation. Qin Feiyang nodded. Let's not talk about these annoying things. Elder Hua waved his hand and looked at Li Feng with a smile. Look, your Qin Dage, brother Feng Zi, and Wolf King have all found their other halves. What about you? Ah! Li Feng was stunned. In the next moment, his face couldn't help but turn red. He didn't expect Elder Hua to suddenly ask such a question. Elder Hua said, My demon palace still has many outstanding girls. Do you want this old man to take care of them for you? Ah! Li Feng was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he quickly waved his hand and said, No need, no need. I've never thought about this. Besides, isn't Sister Fire Lotus still single? As her master, you should take care of things for her. Brat, you even learned how to shift the blame. Fire Lotus glared at Li Feng. Li Feng chuckled. But when Elder Hua heard this, he immediately patted his head and looked at Fire Lotus. Yes, this old man forgot about you. No, this old man must take care of her. Cough, cough. Fire Lotus coughed and said helplessly, Master, can you stop thinking about it? Why do you always think about it? This old man has dedicated his life to the demon palace and has no children. As this old man's disciple, whether or not this old man can help my little grandson depends on you. Elder Hua said. This, senior sister Chu Yun is also your disciple, right? You should go find her. Fire Lotus also quickly changed the topic. Ha! Forget it. Just like this old man, she's also devoted to the demon palace. So I still have to count on you. However, in the entire Sky Cloud realm, there's really no one who's worthy of this old man's clever disciple. This girl is too outstanding, and that's also a problem. Elder Hua shook his head, his face full of worry. Fire Lotus was speechless. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Actually, I agree. You're also fooling around? Fire Lotus's face darkened. Is this fooling around? Look at your age, you're old enough to be my ancestor. I'm already married, But you're still single. What's wrong with that? Qin Feiyang laughed. Who's your ancestor? Get lost. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at him. Li Feng nodded seriously and said, but really, there's really no one in the Sky Cloud realm who's worthy of Big Sister Fire Lotus. What big? Call me Big Sister. Fire Lotus glared at him. Ha, Li Feng laughed dryly. Mermaid Princess suddenly said, Long Chen and that mysterious young man should be good, right? Sister-in-law, are you fooling around too? Fire Lotus felt powerless. Why couldn't she turn the question around when it came to her? I'm worried about you. Mermaid Princess grabbed Fire Lotus's hand. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. Long Chen is definitely a good person. As for that young man, I don't know his identity yet, so I'm a little worried. But Long Chen is Ice Dragon's son. I'm afraid. Li Feng was a little worried. His Ice Dragon's son, but he is him, and Ice Dragon is Ice Dragon. We're not unreasonable people. We won't vent our anger on Ice Dragon on him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If that's what you want to say, then I have no objections. Li Feng smiled. I beg you, can you stop? Fire Lotus couldn't help it. If they continued to talk like this, she was afraid that she would have to bring gifts to propose marriage. Wait. Propose marriage? That's not right. I'm a woman. If you want to propose marriage, it should be a man. Come and propose marriage for me. What are you thinking? Propose marriage? Why don't you just go straight to the bridal chamber? What nonsense. Okay. I won't talk about it anymore. When you meet someone who can make you fall in love at first sight, we'll talk about it seriously. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Elder Hua. It's all thanks to the people from the Shen family village that I was able to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. In the future, if there are any youngsters from the Shen family village who enter the Devil Hall, please take care of them. Is the Shen family village very big? Elder Hua was doubtful. Not big, only about 100 households. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then the chances of them entering the Devil Hall must be very small. Because the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is in the Western Mainland. If they want to go, they'll go to the Western Mainland. However, if they really come, I'll see what I can do. However, if this person is treacherous, cunning, and wicked beyond redemption, then this old man will not give you any face, Elder Hua said. Of course. For the good, we have to protect. But if he's evil, he must be eliminated. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. It seems that you haven't lost your principles because of your gratitude. Elder Hua smiled. My principles can't be changed at any time. Qin Feiyang smiled and lowered his head to look at the land of legacy. Chu Yun and the 9 elders should be able to build it in the evening. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and said, Go to the dragons, Feng people, and Kirin clan. Why? Li Feng was doubtful. Didn't Elder Hua boast to his disciples that when the land of legacy is completed, it will have everything, be it the ultimate meaning or the ultimate meaning? We can't let him lose face in front of his disciples. So, go and invite the reclusive old antiques of the 3 major clans. Ask them to do us a favor and leave their insights and understandings here. Remember, you must invite all 3 major clans. However, you can't invite the same person. Qin Feiyang smiled. Among these reclusive old antiques, there must be someone who had grasped the same ultimate meaning. Therefore, in such a situation, just one person was enough. I see. Li Feng nodded in realization, but then he frowned and said, But now, I don't think we need their help. We basically all have ultimate laws. As for ordinary laws, Li Zhongsheng, Qiao Shui, Old Poison, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, the various commanders, the demon ancestor, and Mu Qing all have grasped the ultimate meaning of ordinary laws. As long as we invite everyone here, it shouldn't be too far off. There was really no need to invite the old antiques of the 3 major clans. At that time, he would owe them a favor. Of course, I know this. I have other intentions for inviting the 3 major clans here. Qin Feiyang smiled. What intentions? Li Feng was suspicious. The mermaid princess and the others also looked at him curiously. Now that I have comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and defeated the king, they must be even more afraid of me. So, I want to take this opportunity to build a relationship with them. And this time, allowing them to come here and leave behind their knowledge of inheritance is also a good thing that will be passed down for generations. Who knows, they might even thank me. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Build a relationship. Li Feng was slightly stunned and puzzled. Is that necessary? Do we still need to ask them for anything now? I don't think so. It seems that they are the ones who are asking us. You can't say that. The atmosphere can't be too tense. The heritage of the three major clans is still very terrifying. We can't underestimate them. Moreover, we still need them to continue to contribute to the heavenly cloud divine treasury in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. So, you are thinking about their treasury. Li Feng chuckled and opened a space-time passage. Qin Feiyang said, be polite. After all, we are asking for their help. Also, ask the old ancestor, the Feather Emperor, to come. It seems that he is the only one in the heavenly cloud realm who has grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of nothingness. Okay. Chapter 40-43. You've really helped me gain face. I'm afraid that after this, the three major races will have to give me some face in the future. Elder Hua chuckled. This is also my other intention. We want the antiques of the three major races to see my relationship with you with their own eyes. This way, they won't dare to cause trouble in the Demon Hall in the future. Even if they have such thoughts, they won't dare to do it openly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. Although Elder Hua had a lot to say in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only express his gratitude. Although the Demon Hall had helped Qin Feiyang and the others in the past, with the care that Qin Feiyang and the others had given the Demon Hall over the years, they could have repaid it long ago. But now, Qin Feiyang was still selflessly helping them. How could such a young man not be liked? In the evening, the land of inheritance was finally completed. A giant mountain over 1,000 zhong tall was slashed in half. The flat ground was paved with black bricks, with stone statues standing on them. What's the meaning of this? Elder Hua led Qin Feiyang and the others to the land of inheritance and looked at the stone statues with suspicion. There were probably at least 20 stone statues in the shape of humans. But the strange thing was that these stone statues didn't have faces. Chu Yun walked over and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She explained, this is to make it easier to distinguish them in the future. Each stone statue here only seals the insights of one type of law because I feel that it's a little messy to put them all together. This arrangement is not bad. Separate the seal and it's clear at a glance. In the future, when the disciples of the Demon Hall come to the land of inheritance, they can directly walk to the corresponding stone statue and receive the inheritance of the law insights. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. It's good. Elder Hua nodded and mumbled. He asked suspiciously, then why don't these stone statues have faces? I don't know who will come later to leave behind the law insights, so I didn't carve the faces of the stone statues for the time being. Chu Yun said. Why must there be faces? Li Feng looked at Elder Hua and Chu Yun suspiciously. This is definitely necessary. At the very least, I have to let the disciples know who left behind these insights. Only then will they be grateful and remember. Elder Hua said. I agree. Because this will satisfy the vanity of those old antiques of the three races even more. Leaving their idols here will definitely make them happier. Qin Feiyang smiled. I also saved one for you. Chu Yun brought Qin Feiyang to the center of the land of inheritance. There was a particularly tall stone statue here. It was much taller than the other stone statues. Furthermore, the other several tens of stone statues were all surrounding this one stone statue. It was like a king standing in the center, looking down on the crowd. Qin Feiyang looked at the stone statue, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't tell me that this was specially prepared for me. Of course. Chu Yun nodded. That won't do. The Feather Emperor will come later. How would my stone statue dare to stand in the center? Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. If his stone statue stood in the center, and the stone statues of the Feather Emperor and the others stood around, wouldn't it show that he was the leader? You're afraid of this? Chu Yun covered her mouth and laughed. You still have to respect your elders. Qin Feiyang wiped his sweat. He was just a junior. How could he be qualified to stand in the center of the land of inheritance? Chu Yun said, "It's good that you have such thoughts. However, your life and death law is the most powerful law in the world. It should be at the center." "No. Absolutely not." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and glanced at the land of inheritance. He pointed at a stone statue in the corner and said, "This one. Don't carve my face on it because I'm not those old antiques of the three races. I don't have such vanity. I'm impressed." "Okay, as you wish." Chu Yun nodded. Others would be overjoyed to encounter such a good thing, but this kid was not willing to do so. Buzz. At this moment, a space-time passage opened in the sky, and a group of people walked out. The leader was the Feather Emperor. The four guardian beasts were also there. Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Dance, and Zhuo Xiaoxian also followed. As for the others, there were the old antiques of the Feng people, the Qilin race, and the dragons. They were all very familiar faces. "I'm sorry to trouble you all to come here personally." Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the 9 elders immediately went up with an apologetic face. One had to know. These people in front of them were either overlords or patriarchs of their races. It was difficult to meet them normally, let alone come to help. Moreover, they left behind their insights. Even the juniors of their races couldn't get their hands on the insights of laws. Although the Demon Hall was the overlord of the Eastern continent, it was not worth mentioning compared to the three races. If they were to invite them to the Demon Hall, they would be disdainful even if they were to invite them to the Demon Hall. "You're welcome." The Feather Emperor waved his hand and looked down at Qin Feiyang. He scolded with a smile, "You little rascal, you're too good at torturing people. It hasn't been long since you imparted your knowledge, and now you're here for the land of inheritance. This is for the good of the Sky Cloud realm." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If we didn't know that you're doing this for the good of the Sky Cloud realm, do you think we would come?" The Feather Emperor rolled his eyes and stepped into the land of inheritance. The others quickly followed. Azure Dragon glanced at the land of inheritance and said with a hoarse smile, "It seems that everything is ready." "Yes. We've been waiting for you all." Qin Feiyang smiled and then looked at the old antiques of the three races. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, seniors. I, Qin Feiyang, will remember this favor." "It's okay. You invited us here because you think highly of us. It's our great honor." The old antiques of the three races waved their hands and their faces were full of smiles. Originally, when Li Feng went to invite them, they already felt very surprised and honored. But they didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would say that he owed them a favor. What kind of person was Qin Feiyang now? He was the true number one person in the Sky Cloud realm. Even the king of the Divine Kingdom was defeated by him. If they could get a favor from him, it would definitely bring them unexpected benefits in the future. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Qin Feiyang was polite throughout. After he finished speaking, he retreated to the side and then looked at Elder Hua with a smile in his eyes. The old antiques of the three races were really touched by this invitation. "This old man will go first." The white-haired old man of the Feng people glanced at the land of inheritance and stepped forward. He landed in front of a stone statue on the periphery. He raised his hand and a divine light swept out from between his eyebrows and merged with the stone statue's glabella. These people were all old and wise. Looking at the layout of the land of inheritance, they knew that the stone statue in the center was for Qin Feiyang's law of life and death. The 8 stone statues in the second circle were also for the strongest law. The ordinary law was naturally for the dozen or so stone statues in the outer circle. The 9 elders followed beside the white-haired old man and quickly engraved the old man's face on the stone statue. "You still want to leave this old man's statue?" The white-haired old man was stunned. "Of course. We have to let the future generations remember your kindness." The second elder chuckled. When the white-haired old man heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter. The other old antiques were the same. It was indeed a good thing to be immortalized. "Why did you come back?" At the same time, Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at the white-eyed wolf and madman. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and said, "How can we not be part of such a good thing like being immortalized? That's right. As long as we leave our law of life here, the future generations will admire us for the rest of their lives. Just thinking about it makes me feel awesome." Madman chuckled. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in astonishment. He really couldn't tell that these two guys liked fame so much. "Let me tell you. We've already discussed it. I'll leave behind 2 law of life, and little madman will leave behind 2. When the 4 stone statues are placed here and the disciples of the demon palace see that we actually left behind 2 law of life, wouldn't they worship us to death?" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang was speechless. At this moment, one of the dragons walked out and landed in front of the stone statue that Qin Feiyang had reserved. Chu Yun was about to stop him and explain the situation, but Elder Hua stopped her. Chu Yun immediately looked at Elder Hua suspiciously. Elder Hua glanced at Qin Feiyang, who was chatting with the white-eyed wolf, and chuckled. "Don't worry about him. I'm going to get him to the stone statue in the center." Chu Yun couldn't help but laugh. "Don't make a sound." Elder Hua also secretly instructed the Fire Lotus, the Mermaid Princess, and Li Feng. The 3 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. The law of life is complete. Chu Yun looked at the Feather Emperor and cupped her hands. "Lord Feather Emperor, thank you." The Feather Emperor smiled faintly and landed in front of a stone statue in the second circle. A divine light immediately flashed from his forehead and merged with the stone statue's forehead. "It's complete." Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly looked at the stone statues and discovered that the Feather Emperor was standing in front of the second circle of stone statues. He was immediately stunned and shouted, "Old ancestor, the centermost stone statue is specially reserved for you." The Feather Emperor was stunned and looked at Chu Yun and Elder Hua suspiciously. "It's fine." Chu Yun waved her hand and went forward to personally carve the Feather Emperor's face on the stone statue. "Don't say." After the face was carved on the stone statue, the entire stone statue immediately became different. It was as if a king had been born and emitted a monstrous aura. "That's not right." Qin Feiyang noticed that the dozen or so stone statues outside all had faces carved on them. The stone statue that he had reserved was also carved with the faces of the ancient dragons. "What's going on? Didn't we just chat for a while? Why is it taken by someone else? Why didn't you inform him?" Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and turned to look at Elder Hua. When he saw the smile on Elder Hua's face, he immediately understood that it was intentional. "It's my turn." When the Feather Emperor returned, the white-eyed wolf rushed forward and left his experience of the law of time and space on the 2 stone statues' foreheads. Not only did it include the ultimate profundity and supreme profundity, but it also included the first to second profundity. After he was done, he turned to look at Chu Yun and urged, "Hurry up and carve my peerless face on it." The corner of Chu Yun's mouth twitched. She soared into the sky and began to carve the white-eyed wolf's face. "The corner of the eye is wrong. It's a little small. Wait. The mouth is wrong too. It's a little big. Do you know how to do it or not?" No, the nose bridge is too low." "Is my nose bridge that ugly?" Looking at the white-eyed wolf who had been chattering non-stop, Chu Yun was annoyed. She immediately retreated and said, "Do it yourself. You're not happy just because I said a few words. What kind of attitude is that?" The white-eyed wolf was dissatisfied. "Say it again." Chu Yun clenched her fists tightly, and her veins bulged. Cough cough. The white-eyed wolf shrunk his neck and coughed dryly. He snorted coldly and said, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Do it yourself." After saying that, he soared into the sky and carefully carved stroke by stroke. This was the first time they had seen him do something so seriously. Chapter 40-44. After a long time, the white-eyed wolf finally came to an end. Needless to say, when the face of the stone statue was carved, it really displayed his style to the fullest. Next was the frenzy, who left behind his insights on the law of destruction and law of death. The stone statue was also personally carved by him, and it was quite accurate. It was like the overlord of heaven and earth, looking down on the 9 heavens. The white-eyed wolf spacetime and law of time, the frenzy's law of destruction and law of death, Feather Emperor's law of nothingness. Now, only the karma law, devour law, life and death law were left. Fire Dance left behind her insights on the karma law, and the stone statue was next to the white-eyed wolf stone statue. The masked Shura left behind his insights on the devour law. As for the law of life and death, it naturally fell on Qin Feiyang's head. Please. Chu Yun looked at him with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Now, there were only 2 stone statues left. One was in the second circle. One was in the middle. There was no room for choice anymore. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Feather Emperor urged. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and walked to the front of the stone statue, leaving behind his insights on the law of life and death. Looking at the insights on the law of life and death, everyone present couldn't help but reveal a trace of desire. However, although this insight on the law of life and death contained all of Qin Feiyang's insights on the law of life and death, the first condition to obtain this insight was to first comprehend the law of life and death. Of course, it was the same for other laws. If one didn't grasp this law, then they wouldn't be able to obtain the corresponding insights. The other laws were still okay, but the law of life and death that surpassed all other laws, in the entire sky cloud realm, only Qin Feiyang had comprehended it. One could imagine how difficult it was. Sigh. There were some things that couldn't be envied. While everyone was sighing, Elder Hu personally went forward and carved his face on the 2 stone statues of Qin Feiyang. Elder Hu, didn't we agree? Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. Did this old man agree? Elder Hu looked at him. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Didn't Chu Yun previously? She said that as long as I am happy to do it. This is what little Yun agreed to. This old man did not agree to it. Elder Hu smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a bitter smile. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. The Feather Emperor looked at the 2 of them suspiciously and asked, "What are you talking about?" "This descendant of yours can't leave his name." Elder Hu briefly explained the situation. "I see." The Feather Emperor smiled in understanding. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This time, I support Elder Hu. Such a great achievement must be remembered." Great achievements. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Is there anything else? Feather Emperor asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the old antiques and said with a smile, "The Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the Godly Palace, and the Heavenly Hall are also constructing their respective lands of inheritance. Therefore, I'll have to trouble everyone to work harder. They're all under construction." Was this discussed in advance? The old antiques of the various clans were stunned. "You can say that we've discussed it before." Qin Feiyang nodded. "All right. Since you've already spoken, how can we refuse?" The white-haired old man from the Feng people chuckled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his fists and smiled. He then looked at Li Feng and said, "Let's go to the southern and northern continents first. Then, we'll go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance." "All right." Li Feng waved his hand and a spacetime tunnel opened. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Elder Hu and said with a smile, "Then we'll go first. You guys should quickly arrange for the more outstanding disciples to receive the inheritance first." "All right." Elder Hu nodded. The 3rd elder asked, "Qin Feiyang, in that case, can us old fellows accept the inheritance insights here?" The other elders' eyes lit up when they heard this. Of course. As long as Elder Hu, the Hall Master, and Chu Yun agree. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. The 9 elders were overjoyed. As long as they could obtain the inheritance here, the demonic hall would definitely be able to produce many experts with ultimate profoundness in a short time. However, Qin Feiyang suddenly changed the topic and said, "The heavenly tribulation of an ordinary law's ultimate profoundness is nothing. However, the heavenly tribulation of an ultimate law's ultimate profoundness is the same as the heavenly tribulation of a sovereign divine weapon. When you comprehend the ultimate law's ultimate profoundness, you can't directly undergo the tribulation because of a moment of excitement. You have to make arrangements in advance. Understood. The 9 elders nodded. Qin Feiyang was still a little worried. He turned to look at Elder Hua and said, "If I'm in the Sky Cloud realm, you can come and find me. However, if I'm not, it's best to find Emperor Yu and the others and gather all the sovereign divine weapons in the Sky Cloud realm to help you pass the tribulation. Don't worry, I know what to do." Elder Hua smiled hoarsely. "All right. Then, I wish you all the best in comprehending the ultimate law's ultimate profoundness." Qin Feiyang smiled and stepped into the spacetime tunnel. Sky Palace. Temple. The land of inheritance had been constructed. The leaders of the 2 palaces personally led their people to wait at the entrance. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. Temple. Shua. A spacetime tunnel appeared. With He Zhongtian as the leader, tens of thousands of elders and countless disciples couldn't help but be shocked. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Qin Feiyang and the others walked out of the spacetime tunnel. "Greetings, young lord. Greetings, Emperor Yu. Greetings, lords." He Zhongtian immediately led the elders forward and bowed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the disciples of temple below. Indeed, there were much fewer disciples than the demon palace. He then looked at He Zhongtian and secretly smiled. "As the temple master of temple, don't call me young lord in the future. It will damage your dignity. No. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be able to keep my life, let alone open the gate of potential. I dare not forget this great kindness. Therefore, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be my young lord." He Zhongtian hurriedly transmitted his voice. The secret of the gate of potential would continue to be hidden. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, "As long as you're not afraid of losing face. How much is face worth? Moreover, serving you as my master is not losing face, but basking in your glory." He Zhongtian chuckled. "Why didn't I realize before that you're so good at talking?" The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. "The past is the past, now is the present. It can't be compared." He Zhongtian laughed dryly. "All right. Bring us to the land of inheritance." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay. Lords, please." He Zhongtian hurriedly retreated to the side, letting Qin Feiyang and the others walk in front. Not long later, Qin Feiyang and the others entered the land of inheritance. It was almost exactly the same as the land of inheritance in the demon palace. Obviously, this was also discussed in advance. After leaving the inheritance experience, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't stay and immediately headed to the Sky Palace. Fire Lotus secretly said, "Qin Dage, do you think our Black Tortoise world should also build a few land of inheritance?" "I have such plans." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although the current Black Tortoise world had grown a lot, it was still a long way from the Sky Cloud realm, let alone compared to the Divine Kingdom. So, whether it was the land of devils, the central continent, the western region, the northern region, or the southern region, they all had to build a land of inheritance. However, in comparison, he wanted the spirit vein and the crystal vein more. Because the spirit vein and the crystal vein were the foundation of a world. Since that's the case, I can't help much outside anyway. Why don't I return to the Black Tortoise world first and bring Pai Lupi and the others to build the land of inheritance? Fire Lotus secretly said. That's fine too. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, Fire Lotus disappeared without a trace. After entering the Sky Palace and leaving the law experience, the group headed to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance without stopping. Although the Western continent had encountered a great calamity, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had evacuated in time and didn't suffer any losses. Qin Feiyang also caught a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. For example, Zhong Deyuan, the Grand Elder, and the Grand Elder's granddaughter. The Black Dragon and Fire Luan also kept their promise and stayed in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. However, they were treated well. The Alliance Master and the others treated them as VIPs. After leaving the law experience behind, the Feather Emperor prepared to leave. But right at this moment, "Feather Emperor, please wait." 3 figures appeared at the same time. They were the white-bearded old man, Hua Wenchang, and a patriarch of the dragons. "What's wrong?" The Feather Emperor raised his head and looked at the 3. The three landed in front of the Feather Emperor and bowed. "Father, why are you here?" Hua Wu looked at Hua Wenchang in confusion. Hua Wenchang smiled and said, "I heard that the Devil Hall, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Heavenly Palace, and Deity's Hall are all building a land of inheritance. Therefore, our three races discussed and built a land of inheritance for each of us." The three races naturally didn't want to miss out on such a good opportunity. This was especially true for the Feng people and the Qilin race. The dragons had Long Chen and Long Qin. They were stronger than before. The Qilin race was slightly better. At least they had Qi Shaoyun. As for the Feng people, although they had Hua Wu, she didn't have a good impression of the Feng people. The current Feng people didn't have much of a presence in the Sky Cloud realm. If they didn't work harder, they would be completely forgotten by the world. The white-eyed wolf said, "In that case, you are also here to ask for our help?" "Yes." Hua Wenchang nodded. The white-bearded old man also looked at Qin Fei Yang, the Feather Emperor, and the others. He pleaded, "Please help us." The Feather Emperor, the mad scientist, the white-eyed wolf, and the masked Azura didn't say anything. They turned to look at Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Since it's a good thing that benefits the Sky Cloud realm, we might as well be good people to the end and let this merit be fulfilled." "Thank you." Hua Wenchang and the white-bearded old man were pleasantly surprised. The old ancestor of the dragons was also overjoyed. The mad scientist thought for a moment, then looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll let the blood demon race build a place of inheritance." "Okay." Qin Fei Yang nodded. After an hour of running around, the three great races' places of inheritance also left behind all the lore insights. Immediately after, they entered the blood demon race again. Because the blood demon race only received the news later, the place of inheritance hadn't been built yet. The old antiques of the various races volunteered to help. Another hour passed, and the blood demon race's place of inheritance was finally completed. 2 hours outside, but many years had passed in the Black Tortoise realm. The Devil's Land, Central Continent, Northern Domain, Southern Domain, and Eastern Domain's places of inheritance, Fire Lotus and the others had long been completed. They just happened to be done together. After leaving behind the lore insights in the Blood Demon race, Qin Fei Yang brought everyone into the Black Tortoise realm. It was the first time that the old antiques of the various races came to the Black Tortoise realm. Looking at the vast world in front of them, they were deeply shocked. With such a world, it would be difficult not to rise up. However, in the various places of inheritance of the Black Tortoise realm, there were no statues of these old antiques left behind. But before leaving, Qin Fei Yang took out the lore miniatures and gave a few to each of them. Giving them the lore miniatures was more practical than leaving a stone statue in the place of inheritance. Therefore, not only did they not complain, but they were grateful. Chapter 40-45. In the Tea Garden. At this moment, everyone sitting here was on the same side. Feather Emperor chuckled and said, "This time, it's really a success." "That's not right. The Heavenly Cloud Sea doesn't seem to have built a land of inheritance yet." Madman said, "It's also being built. However, we don't need the help of the three races. When the time comes, you can just accompany us there." Azure Dragon laughed hoarsely. "Then it's definitely our duty." Madman bared his teeth. Even the dragons, the Foam people, and the Kirin clan had agreed to help, let alone the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Qin Fei Yang said suspiciously, "When I went to the Foam people just now, I found that the Foam people's time array is also 5,000 years a day. Whose masterpiece is this? Is there a need to think about it? It must be Brother Wolf. When you were in seclusion to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he stayed in the Azure Wave Snow Mountain for a long time." Madman pursed his lips. "Brother has no choice. Can I not agree to my future father-in-law's request?" The white-eyed wolf's face was full of helplessness. "You seem to be very wronged." Fire Lotus revealed a trace of displeasure. No. Father-in-law's request must be unconditionally agreed." The white-eyed wolf immediately pulled a smile. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. In the past, only Qin Fei Yang could deal with the white-eyed wolf. Now, There was one more. But this was also good, lest he let his temper run wild. Suddenly, Madman asked, "Did Mu Qing come out of the soul-sealing valley? It's been a whole day outside, 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise realm. He has already come out, but after coming out, he didn't return to the Devil's Land." Fire Lotus shook her head. "Then where is he?" Madman was curious. "I've checked, he's hiding in the eastern region. He seems to have a lot of resentment towards you." Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, with the blood oath, he won't dare to fall out with us before destroying the divine kingdom. As for the future, if he wants to fall out with us, why should we be afraid of him?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If he dares to turn against me, I'll kill him right away." Madman sneered. "We'll talk about it then." Qin Feiyang held the teacup and drank leisurely. He did not take Mu Qing's resentment to heart at all. A little while passed. The blood ancestor sent word that the heavenly cloud sea's land of inheritance had been completed. Immediately, the group set off for Sky Cloud Island. Because the land of legacy was on the other side of Sky Cloud Island. The land of inheritance wasn't just built for sea beasts, it was also built for the divine beasts of the land of buried gods. After all, it was now. The divine beasts of the land of buried gods all lived in the sea of heavenly clouds. The relationship between the Feather Emperor and the little rabbit was also very good, so there was no need to make such a clear distinction. After everything was settled, the Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, Zhuo Xiaoxian, and Li Feng entered the Black Tortoise world. The Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, and Zhuo Xiaoxian all went to receive the inheritance. Li Feng directly entered the ancient castle to fuse with the inheritance that Long Chen gave him. Yun Xiang and the masked Azura stayed by the Feather Emperor's side. As for Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the White-Eyed Wolf, after bidding farewell to the Feather Emperor and the others, they once again descended on the Dragon Nest. This was because when they came to the Dragon Nest to leave their lore insights, Long Chen had secretly sent them a message, telling them to come to the Dragon Nest to find him after they were done with their business. In the pavilion. In the hall. The four of them sat around a table. "What's the matter?" Madman drank wine while looking at Long Chen and asked. "Back in the Western continent, didn't I say that I have some opinions about the king? But there were too many things at that time, so I called you here to talk about it." Long Chen held the teacup and smiled. "What other opinions can you have about him?" Madman was suspicious. "No." Long Chen waved his hand and put down the teacup. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you should have already noticed it." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "But I don't know if what I've noticed is the same as what you've noticed." "Then I'll talk about it first. I feel that the king has his own difficulties." Long Chen said. "Difficulties?" Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf were taken aback. "Yes. Back then, when the king was defeated by Qin Feiyang, he said that many times, 'We don't have a choice.' Do you know what this means? It means that although he's the king of the divine kingdom, he has to listen to orders." Long Chen said with a smile. "Listen to the orders of the king of the divine kingdom?" Madman asked. "Apart from him, who else can order the king?" Moreover, when Qin Feiyang wanted to kill the king of the divine kingdom could and had the ability to save the king. But he didn't do anything during the whole process. "Do you know what secrets are hidden in this?" Long Chen asked with a smile. "Don't keep us in suspense, just say it." The White-Eyed Wolf glared at him. "Don't you know that I hate using my brain the most? If I'm not wrong, he was testing the king's loyalty to him. If the king changed his mind and wanted to reconcile with us, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have to do anything. The king of the divine kingdom would have killed him personally." Long Chen explained. "It seems to make sense. I remember that the king of the divine kingdom only came to the rescue after the king expressed his stance." Madman nodded and muttered, "Yes. So I'm guessing that the king of the divine kingdom was using this opportunity to test the king's loyalty. If the king really chose to reconcile with us, I'm afraid that not only the king, but even the purple gold divine dragon clan would be finished. Don't doubt his ability. As the king of the divine kingdom, it's too easy for him to wipe out the purple gold divine dragon clan." This is like Qin Fei Yang. As the king of the Black Tortoise world, he only needs a thought to wipe out the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. Long Chen said. In that case, the king can still be persuaded. The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. If the king is really forced to do this, we can indeed win him over. After all, whether it's the king himself or the purple gold divine dragon clan's strength, they can't be underestimated. Long Chen nodded, then turned to look at Qin Fei Yang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, do you see the same thing as me? Qin Fei Yang smiled bitterly. This person's insight was truly terrifying. What he said was almost exactly the same as what he thought. The white-eyed wolf asked, Brother, can we understand it this way? In the future, when we encounter the purple gold divine dragon clan, will we still have to show mercy? This, you'll have to ask Qin Fei Yang. I don't care. If we kill them, then so be it. Long Chen chuckled. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and said, This is just our guess. Let's wait until we enter the Divine Kingdom and understand the real situation. Enter the Divine Kingdom, Long Chen whispered and sighed, I still feel that this is too risky. It's just like when we entered the Black Tortoise world. As long as you're willing, you can immediately find our whereabouts. The madman said, Even so, didn't the king of the Divine Kingdom say that he won't interfere for 10,000 years? You dare to believe the promise of such a person? Long Chen was speechless. Even if he doesn't keep his word, we definitely have to go now. Your father gave us such a big problem. If we don't enter the Divine Kingdom, when can we open the seal and obtain the inheritance inside? The white-eyed wolf was dissatisfied. Cough cough. Can you not look at me with those resentful eyes? At first, I was also against it. But what can I do? Long Chen smiled bitterly. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. In any case, I have a life-saving trump card now. Even if the king of the Divine Kingdom chases after me, I won't lose my life. Really? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. What kind of life-saving trump card could be so powerful? It's temporarily life-saving. Long Chen smiled mysteriously and said, However, we really have to call the young man who pretended to be Qin Batian, because I have a feeling that this young man can solve our crisis in the Divine Kingdom. I've already talked to him, but he didn't seem very interested. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. If he doesn't go, then I'll think about it again. Long Chen said. From what you said, if we can't convince him, you won't go, right? The white-eyed wolf frowned. You can say that. Long Chen nodded. No sense of brotherhood. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly, his expression full of displeasure. Whatever you say. Anyway, you have to know that it's impossible for us to sneak in without anyone noticing. Because the gate of the Divine Kingdom has its own consciousness. As long as we enter, it will definitely inform the king of the Divine Kingdom immediately. In other words, we only have one way, and that is to kill our way in openly. Long Chen said. If we don't kill our way in openly, can it be called a counterattack? Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded. A young man walked into the hall with sleepy eyes. Why are you in our dragon nest? Long Chen got up and looked at the young man in surprise. He didn't notice at all. You have to know. The dragon nest had always had the enchantment of the god sword. Who can stop me from going where I want to go? The young man entered the hall and directly sat down on a chair, yawning. Qin Fei Yang and the others were really speechless. However, this seemingly calm sentence caused them to be endlessly shocked in their hearts. Who can stop me from going where I want to go? Domineering. The white-eyed wolf asked, Since you came to us, does that mean that you agree to go to the Divine Kingdom? Otherwise, why would I come to you? To drink tea with you? You're not young ladies. The young man looked at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. But then, the four of them looked at each other with unconcealable joy on their faces. They really didn't expect this young man would take the initiative to come to them. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen and laughed. Little Chen, what do you say now? What else can I say? I can only accompany you to die. Long Chen smiled bitterly. The young man suddenly said, Since you know that you're going to die, then say your last words in advance. Long Chen's face darkened. Why is he still a jinx? Can't he say something nice? The young man stood up and snatched the wine jar from the white-eyed wolf's hand. He turned and walked out of the door and said faintly, "Go while I'm in high spirit." "Go now." Long Chen was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other in dismay. This was too hasty. Chapter 40-46. I'm still a little interested now. If I lose interest later, I won't go even if you carry me in a palanquin. The young man opened a time passage and walked in without looking back as he drank. He's really swift and decisive. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. But this is a rare opportunity. Don't wait until he loses interest, or it will be too late to regret. White-eyed Wolf said and hurriedly ran into the time passage. Then you go first. I'll go find my mother and tell her something. I'll go to the land of buried gods to find you. Long Chen came back to his senses and immediately left the loft, flying towards the mountains not far away. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other with a helpless expression and rushed into the time passage like lightning. Core area. After the Divine Kingdom's people withdrew, this place became very deserted. In the sky. The gate of the Divine Kingdom was high up in the sky, releasing wisps of aura that made people's heart palpitate. Qin Feiyang and Madman arrived in the sky above the core area and found that the young man was looking at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. His sleepy eyes seemed to be glowing. "Aren't you going to tell Feather Emperor and the others? And Yun Xiang? Didn't he say that he's going to the Divine Kingdom?" Madman turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked. "Yun Xiang?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. "It's better not to ask him to go. If we all go to the Divine Kingdom, only Feather Emperor and the others will be left in the Sky Cloud realm. If the Divine Kingdom takes the opportunity to cause trouble for the Sky Cloud realm, wouldn't it be very dangerous?" Madman frowned and said, "If the Sky Cloud realm really takes the opportunity to cause trouble, it's meaningless for Yun Xiang to stay in the Sky Cloud realm. After all, no one can stop the 3,000 incarnations of the Divine Kingdom except for you." Qin Feiyang heard this and frowned. It seemed they had been ignoring one point. After entering the Divine Kingdom, what would happen to the Sky Cloud realm? They had always been the ones fighting against the Divine Kingdom. Furthermore, they were the only ones capable of stopping the Divine Kingdom. The people of the Divine Kingdom were not stupid. Once they knew that they had entered the Divine Kingdom, they would definitely take the opportunity to invade the Sky Cloud realm. The Divine Kingdom was so powerful that even a group of heavenly prides was enough to raise the Sky Cloud realm to the ground, let alone the monarch, the supremes of the human race, the Divine King, and Heavenly Lord Ji. If he went all out, he could stay in the Sky Cloud realm and block these people. However, if he didn't go to the Divine Kingdom and let White-eyed Wolf and the others go, he wouldn't feel at ease. Two choices. The young man suddenly spoke. What choice? Qin Feiyang stared blankly at the young man. First, transfer the beings of the Sky Cloud realm to the Nether King's hell. Secondly, after we enter the Divine Kingdom, we will destroy the gate of the Divine Kingdom. The young man said. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Their faces twitched again. First, the first choice. Back then, it wasn't easy to get everyone back from the Nether King's hell. Now, they had to transfer them to the Nether King's hell again. As for the second choice, it could only be described as crazy. If they destroyed the gate of the Divine Kingdom, how could they come back? Wouldn't they be trapped in the Divine Kingdom forever? After the gate of the Divine Kingdom is destroyed, it can be repaired, but it will take a long time. The young man said. How long? Qin Feiyang asked. I don't know. I guess it will take at least hundreds of thousands of years. The young man guessed. So long? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course, if you can't wait that long, you can also try to suppress the gate of the Divine Kingdom. As long as you suppress it or seal it and bring it with you, not only can it protect the Sky Cloud realm, but we can also leave the Divine Kingdom at any time. However, whether it's destroying or suppressing, there is a prerequisite. The prerequisite is that the ruler of the Divine Kingdom won't interfere. The young man said faintly. In other words, if the ruler of the Divine Kingdom intervenes, then whether it's destroying the gate of the Divine Kingdom or suppressing the Divine Kingdom, We can't do it. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Do you still need to ask? If the ruler of the divine kingdom intervenes, even I have to avoid it. How can we destroy it or suppress it? The young man rolled his eyes. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at the gate of the divine kingdom. His eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and frowned. I'm afraid that even if the ruler of the divine kingdom doesn't intervene, it will still be difficult for us to destroy it. Why? Madman looked at him in confusion. Because last time, the gate of the divine kingdom was destroyed by the princess of the divine kingdom. With that lesson, the divine kingdom will definitely be prepared. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry about that. No matter how prepared they are, they won't be able to stop our 3,000 incarnations. The young man waved his hand. At the mention of 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the young man in unison. What's wrong? The young man didn't turn his head, but he could feel the puzzled gaze of the three. Where did your 3,000 incarnations come from? Madman was curious. The young man slowly turned around, looked at the madman, and joked, if I say that I found it interesting when I saw Qin Feiyang activate his 3,000 incarnations, so I pondered for a while and figured it out myself, would you believe me? Madman looked at the young man in astonishment. When he came back to his senses, he said with a dark face, who would believe you? Then that's it. In any case, you won't believe what I say. The young man turned around and continued to look at the gate of the divine kingdom. Hurry up and think about it. Should we let Yun Xiang come? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. This young man was really a mysterious man. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, forget it. Let him and the masked Shura stay in the sky cloud realm. They can help the Feather Emperor deal with any sudden changes. Shua. At this moment, Long Chen finally arrived. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the teleportation channel behind Long Chen and asked, where's your sister? Why did you let her come for such a dangerous thing? Long Chen shook his head. The white-eyed wolf said with a smirk, I didn't see it. You're quite concerned about your sister. Seems like you really didn't pick her up. When Long Chen heard this, a row of black lines appeared on his forehead. He said angrily, I'm telling you, don't say such things in the future. Heh. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Everyone's here, right? Let's go. The young man said and took the lead, heading towards the gate of the divine kingdom. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others immediately followed. Long Chen looked at the ground below and asked suspiciously, you didn't ask Yun Xiang and the others to come? Nope. They don't need to undo the seal. It's safer for them to stay in the sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's true. Long Chen nodded. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Little Chen, since your sister isn't here, why don't you help us undo the seal secretly? How is that possible? This seal was placed by my father. Once the seal is undone, you'll definitely notice it. At that time, you won't even have a place to cry if you take everything away. Long Chen said. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. Forget it. Although going to the divine kingdom was a bit difficult, it was still better than losing the inheritance. Be careful. The young man suddenly said. The four of them quickly raised their heads and looked at the young man. They saw that the young man was staring at the gate of the divine kingdom. Could the gate of the divine kingdom run away? No. Last time when the god-slaying tablet was undergoing its tribulation here, it really ran away. Thinking of this, the four of them became serious. Seeing that they were getting closer to the gate of the divine kingdom, the gate of the divine kingdom immediately rushed towards the inner region with a loud clang. You really want to run away? The white-eyed wolf and Long Chen looked at each other and activated the moment of time at the same time. They instantly appeared in front of the gate of the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic also rushed towards the sky like lightning and stood behind the gate of the divine kingdom. I don't have much patience. You'd better behave yourselves. The young man took a step forward. A mighty divine power rolled out and rushed towards the gate of the divine kingdom like a tide. Surrounded by the five of them, The gate of the divine kingdom kept shaking as if it was afraid and looking for a chance to escape. Don't be afraid. Your divine kingdom is so powerful. Even if we enter the divine kingdom, what can we do? The madman chuckled and activated instant time. With a whoosh, he entered the divine kingdom's door. Qin Fei Yang, the white-eyed wolf, Long Chen, and the young man looked at each other from a distance. Then they also turned into beams of light and disappeared into the gate of the divine kingdom. What they didn't know was that the moment they entered the gate of the divine kingdom, a figure appeared in the void below. It was Long Qin. You think I won't come if you don't bring me? Snorting, Long Qin also rushed towards the gate of the divine kingdom. This time, the gate of the divine kingdom didn't hide. Maybe it thought that since Qin Fei Yang and the others had already entered, it didn't matter if one more person went in. Back to Qin Fei Yang's group of 5. At this moment, they were in a vast space. It was boundless. There were no mountains or rivers, and there were no traces of living creatures. This is the divine kingdom? The white-eyed wolf frowned. No. This isn't the divine kingdom. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and glanced around. The situation here is similar to the space-time transmission channel between Hell and the Sky Cloud realm. So I think we are now in the channel of the gate of the divine kingdom. It is indeed similar. Lunatic nodded. When they entered the Sky Cloud realm in the past, what they saw in the passageway was also a boundless void. Since it is a channel, there must be an exit. Let's go. The young man waved his hand, and the group rushed towards the other side. However, they had only flown for a dozen miles when a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Following that, an invisible force surged towards them from all directions. They received the news so quickly and came to intercept us. Lunatic raised his eyebrows. And it was definitely not the monarch and the others who came to intercept them. Because this force was the rule force. Rule force. Long Chen smiled faintly and opened his god's domain. Boom. When the rule force around them poured into the god's domain, it disappeared without a trace. Amazing. The white-eyed wolf gave a thumbs up. Even the young man couldn't help but take a few more glances at Long Chen. The god's domain was worthy of its name. Chapter 40-47. Long Chen smiled and was about to move forward. Boom. But at this moment, behind them, a terrifying aura erupted. When Long Chen sensed this aura, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a woman being squeezed by the power of the rule force. Blood was spurting out from her pores. This woman was Long Qin. The power of the rule force around her was like an invisible mountain, making her unable to move at all. Long Qin. Qin Fei Yang and the others turned their heads to look and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is this woman here too? Go and save her. Immediately after, Madman shouted. Long Chen immediately rushed towards Long Qin with his god's domain. Qin Fei Yang and the others also followed closely behind Long Chen. Long Qin's current situation was undoubtedly the truth in front of his eyes. The power of the rule force here was enough to kill them. Very quickly, the 5 of them rushed in front of Long Qin. As their god's domain enveloped Long Qin, the power of the rule force that was squeezing Long Qin immediately disappeared. Long Qin lay in the void, gasping for breath, his eyes full of fear. White-eyed wolf waved his hand and activated the law of life. A majestic life energy poured into Long Qin's body, and the injuries on his body were immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Long Qin's injuries were almost healed and his mood gradually stabilized, Long Chen suddenly said angrily, "Who allowed you to follow us? Do you know how serious the consequences would be if we were far away now?" Long Qin got up, glanced at the fierce Long Chen, and lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Long Chen couldn't help but feel distressed and said, "Are you stupid? I told you to cultivate in the Sky Cloud realm but you didn't listen. You just had to come here and take risks." Long Qin stammered. "Since you're here, let's go together." Qin Fei Yang laughed. "Yeah, let's go together. The more people there are, the more we can take care of each other." Long Qin looked at Long Chen and giggled. Long Chen's face darkened. He looked up at the entrance and said helplessly, "All right, I don't want you to sneak in again if I chase you back." "Thank you, brother." Long Qin was pleasantly surprised. Qin Feiyang also looked at the entrance and said with a frown, "However, I'm a little worried about Yun Xiang and the others. Don't let them know that we've already entered the Divine Kingdom and rush in recklessly." "Don't worry. Yun Xiang wouldn't be so impulsive." Long Chen waved his hand and glared at Long Qin. Long Qin hugged Long Chen's arm with a fawning smile. "I hope so." Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and glanced at the turbulent rule force outside the god's domain. "We have mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law and already have the strength to interfere with the rule force, but I didn't expect it to still be able to threaten us. It seems that the person behind this is the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. If you don't want us to enter the Divine Kingdom, then we'll go." "Continue." White-eyed Wolf smiled coldly. Long Chen took a deep breath and looked at Long Qin. "Follow me closely." "Okay." Long Qin nodded. The group immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the opposite side. The rule force became more and more terrifying. Even the god's domain began to tremble, but they still couldn't see the exit. "It can't be that far." Madman frowned. Suddenly, Long Chen seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Maybe he has already blocked the exit. No way. He is the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. How could he be so despicable? Madman was surprised. He released his divine sense and rushed in all directions. But as soon as his divine sense left the god's domain, it was instantly strangled by the rule force. If he isn't despicable, would he let the monarch and the others kill their way to the sky cloud realm when little Qinzi was going through the tribulation? White-eyed Wolf snorted coldly. This kind of person really didn't deserve to be the ruler of a world. About a few hundred breaths passed. The rule force had reached an extremely terrifying level, and even the god's domain had cracked. "I can't hold on for long," Long Chen said in a deep voice, and for the first time, his face looked extremely solemn. "Then let's retreat first," Long Qin asked. "Retreat." Long Chen made a prompt decision and led Qin Feiyang and the others to activate momentary time and rushed toward the entrance. A moment later, they came to the entrance, but found that the entrance had disappeared. "What's going on? We don't seem to have gone in the wrong direction, right?" White-eyed Wolf was surprised. "The direction is definitely not wrong. This is the place. Look, there is still the blood left by Qin. Long Chen pointed to the void in front of them and said. Everyone looked over. There were indeed a lot of bloodstains in the void. And at that time, the entrance was not far away. But now, the entrance had disappeared and was replaced by nothingness. The entrance has disappeared, which means that our judgment is right. The exit must have also disappeared. He's trying to trap them here until they die. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. He never thought that they would encounter such a crisis before even entering the Divine Kingdom. Little brother, you have to think of a way. White-eyed Wolf looked at the silent young man next to him. Heard. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at the young man. You all have no way, what can I do? The young man yawned. You can't do this. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. White-eyed Wolf's face darkened. In such a critical situation, how could he act as if it had nothing to do with him? Crack. With a loud noise, a wide crack appeared in the god's domain. Waves of rule power surged in from the crack and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. If you want to leave this place, you first have to find the location of the exit and then tear it open. As the young man spoke, he scanned the void. You don't have to tell us that. We know that too. But this is our first time here. Who knows where the exit is? Wasn't this equivalent to saying nothing? Longqin's war soul. The young man reminded. Longqin's war soul? White-eyed Wolf was stunned and turned to look at Longqin. Longqin was also a little stunned. The young man said, Longqin's war soul not only has the ability to eavesdrop on others' conversations, but also see through fabrications. As long as she is careful, she should be able to find the location of the exit. That's right. Back then in the ancient realm, when we changed our appearances, you could see through it at a glance. You can definitely see through it now. Try it quickly. White-eyed Wolf urged. I'm not sure if it will work. Longqin shook her head. We have to try to know if it will work or not. The rule power is increasing. Qin, hurry up and activate it, Long Chen said. Okay. Long Qin nodded. A ray of bright light appeared in her eyes and her pupils turned milky white. Usually, when she eavesdropped on others' conversations, the light in her eyes was looming and difficult to detect. At this moment, her two eyes were like two bright moons, dazzling to the eyes. It could be seen that her war soul had been fully activated. She glanced around and shook her head. There is nothing unusual in this area. White-eyed Wolf looked up at the other side and said in a deep voice, then let's go there and take a look. Whoosh! A group of people immediately flew to the other side. The cracks on the god's domain were getting bigger and bigger. The rule power that was pouring in was getting more and more terrifying. It was almost threatening to Qin Feiyang and the others. Brother Qin, it's your turn to make a move, Long Chen shouted. Qin Feiyang nodded. Roar! The purple gold dragon soul appeared. Eye of Heaven opened and quickly replicated a god's domain. However, the rule power was even more terrifying. With a crack, Long Chen's god's domain shattered. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang had successfully replicated it. Otherwise, the current rule power was enough to kill them instantly. However, Qin Feiyang's replicated god's domain wouldn't last long. Because at this moment, it was already shattering. Frenzy shouted, if one isn't enough, then let's use 3,000 god's domains. Unheard of. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. Boom. 3,000 incarnations were activated, and purple gold dragon souls roared out. Long Chen also activated his god's domain again. In just an instant, 3,000 god's domains appeared out of thin air, stacked together layer by layer, constantly competing with the rule power. The crisis brought by the rule power could be temporarily resolved. A group of people galloped all the way. Soon, they came to the place where they turned back from before. How is it? White-eyed Wolf looked at Long Qin. I didn't find anything. I really don't know if my battle soul has such an ability. Long Qin was also very anxious. Believe in yourself. It can be done. Seeing Long Qin in a mess, White-eyed Wolf quickly comforted him. At this time, they must not panic. Without stopping, a group of people continued to rush into the depths. Boom! At this time, in all directions, there was a loud rumbling sound as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. What's the situation? Everyone scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and White-eyed Wolf's expression changed. They saw a dazzling divine light surging from all directions, exuding a world-destroying aura. What is this? Long Chen was aghast. Even he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis. Origin Force, Qin Feiyang said word by word, his face gloomy to the extreme. Of course, he was no stranger to the Origin Force. Although he had not been to the Origin Force in the Black Tortoise Realm, sometimes when the Black Tortoise Realm was damaged, the little brat would use the Origin Force to repair it. And when he first entered the Sky Cloud Realm, when facing the Dragon God Sword and other sovereign divine weapons, the little brat also used the Origin Force. So, now, he could recognize the Origin Force in all directions at a glance. What? The Origin Force? Long Chen was shocked. The Origin Force, that was the origin force of a world, more powerful than the power of law. He's even used his source energy. He's really going all out. Bastard. You are too shameless. White-eyed Wolf roared. However, in this boundless space, there was no response. Boom. As the Origin Force came, the 3,000 gods' domains were shattered one by one. The powerful gods' domains were like decaying dead wood at this moment. Facing the Origin Force, they had no ability to resist. Chapter 40-48. This was the power of origin energy. No matter what heaven-defying means you had, under the power of origin energy, it would be like rotten wood. The strength of the power of origin energy depended on the size of the world. In other words, the bigger the world, the stronger the power of origin energy. The current power of origin energy of the Black Tortoise Realm had not reached the full level yet. So at this time, Qin Feiyang did not dare to use the power of origin energy of the Black Tortoise realm to compete with the power of origin energy of the Divine Kingdom. Long Qin, haven't you found it yet? The white-eyed wolf was anxious. Now, all of their lives were tied to this woman. Don't rush me. The more you rush, the more panicked I will be. Long Qin scanned the void in front of her, not letting go of any details. In her eyes at this moment, the space here was like a woven silk thread. These silk threads were formed by the power of spacetime law. In other words, this was indeed a spacetime tunnel. However, it was countless times larger than the usual spacetime tunnel. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 of the 3,000 gods' domains had been shattered. Suddenly, Long Qin's gaze swept back and forth, locking onto a void in front of her left, and a trace of surprise immediately crept up on her face. The void there was also formed by the threads of spacetime law. But unlike other places, the threads here were more messy, as if a patch was sewn on a piece of cloth. Could it be here? Long Qin murmured. Did you find anything? Seeing Long Qin staring at a place, Madman immediately asked in surprise. Qin Feiyang and the others also followed Long Qin's gaze, but they did not find anything unusual in that void. The entire void was one entity. Yes, it's like a patch. An irresponsible guess. Maybe that's the exit. Long Qin said. The white-eyed wolf heard this, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. This kind of statement was indeed very irresponsible. I haven't seen the exit, of course I'm not sure. Long Qin glared at him. Whether it is or not, I have to give it a try. Qin Feiyang stared at the void where Long Qin was pointing. His eyes were as sharp as a blade because he had no other choice. Hide in the Black Tortoise world? If they really hid in the Black Tortoise world, not only would they not be able to escape, they would also implicate the Black Tortoise world. Although the Black Tortoise realm had grown a lot and was even larger than the ancient realm, it was still like a child in front of the Divine Kingdom. The power of the origin could easily destroy the Black Tortoise realm. Once the Black Tortoise world collapsed, not only them, but all the living beings inside would suffer as well. This kind of thing was absolutely unacceptable. Crack. At this moment, of the 3,000 domains of divinity, only 1,000 remained. With the power of the origin source, it would only take a few blinks of an eye to shatter 1,000 domains of divinity. I can't hesitate any longer. Attack! Qin Feiyang bellowed. Boom! The 3,000 avatars behind him immediately activated the ultimate intent of the law of life and death. As the will of the heavenly Tao awakened, the 3,000 ultimate intents surged out of the godly domain like a flood. But, before the 3,000 ultimate intents could even approach the void, they were already crushed by the origin source. This origin source is too strong. 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death, and even the will of the heavenly Tao can't contend against it. Madman's eyes were lifeless. I don't know how strong it is, but it's countless times stronger than the origin source of the Black Tortoise world. If we can't defeat the origin source, then we won't be able to approach the void, let alone tear open an exit. The only thing we can do now is to envelop the void in a godly domain. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Because if the void was enveloped in a godly domain, the origin source would be blocked outside. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to stop them from attacking the exit. But there were risks in doing so. Because the ultimate intents of the law of life and death were too strong, the shockwaves from colliding with the void would cause fatal danger to them. And when the time came, once the collision occurred and the shockwaves erupted, the godly domain would disintegrate on the spot. Once the godly domain disintegrated, the origin source would instantly drown them. When the time came, even if they didn't die from the shockwaves, they would definitely die from the origin source. In other words, even if the exit was here, even if they successfully tore open the exit, it would be a situation where they killed 1,000 enemies and suffered 800 casualties. But now, they really had no choice. After all, they had to take a gamble. Boom! Long Chen opened his godly domain again. The 3,000 incarnations behind Qin Feiyang were also replicated again. Because the godly domain that was replicated before had been completely shattered. Following closely, the group of people went straight for the void. Soon, that void was enveloped in a godly domain. To be on the safe side, little brother, senior brother, let's attack together, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. If he couldn't tear open the exit with his strength alone, then what he would face next would be a disaster. Because there was only one chance. He had to succeed in one go. Okay. Madman nodded. The power of the origin of all evil surged out. The young man glanced at the void, and the 3,000 incarnations were also activated. One after another, the ultimate esoteric laws were born, and they contained a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao. 3,000 incarnations, 6 ultimate esoteric laws, that was a total of 18,000 laws. And Madman's origin of all evil also had a power that surpassed the ultimate esoteric laws. As for Qin Feiyang, not only did he activate the ultimate esoteric laws of life and death, but he also activated the ultimate esoteric laws of death, karma, and light. Each ultimate esoteric law contained the will of the heavenly Tao. It could be said that, when the three of them joined forces, even the monarch and the others would have to retreat. Get ready. Once the exit is torn open, no matter what happens, you must run out immediately, Qin Feiyang instructed. Before his voice faded, tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws and the origin of all evil immediately turned into a torrent and blasted toward the void. Accompanied by a loud bang, a destructive aura suddenly erupted. As expected, the godly domain replicated by the 3,000 incarnations was shattered one by one. Outside, the power of origin was also crazily bombarding the godly domain. There was the power of origin on the outside, and the destructive power born from the collision inside. Now, it was equivalent to a pincer attack. In an instant, more than 1,000 godly domains collapsed. The most terrifying thing was, Qin Feiyang and the others were inside the godly domain. Facing the destructive power that erupted, they would definitely bear the brunt. In just an instant, their bodies were dripping with blood. Boom! Who dared to hesitate? Qin Feiyang activated the ultimate esoteric law of life, and the divine lotus of life emitted endless life energy, constantly healing the injuries on their bodies. If it weren't for the divine lotus of life, just this fluctuation was enough to kill them. It was really killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of their own, but at this moment, their gazes were fixed on the void. Under the bombardment of tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws and the origin of all evil, that void was crazily distorting. Long Qin saw it the most clearly. In her eyes, the threads formed by the power of spacetime were breaking one after another. This was undoubtedly good news, because the threads breaking meant that the exit was cracking. In the blink of an eye, suddenly, with a loud crack, a crack more than a meter long appeared in the void. At this moment, the godly domains had also been completely shattered, and the power of origin surged in from all directions. Let's go! Qin Feiyang shouted. Long Chen waved his hand, swept up Qin Feiyang and the others, and activated the moment of time and flew toward the crack. And the divine lotus of life was always there. Now, Qin Feiyang didn't dare to deactivate the ultimate esoteric law of life. Their recovery was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the crack and could already see the outside world. It was a blood-red land without any vitality, and the sky was dim, looking extremely desolate. This made them ecstatic. Because Long Qin constantly judged that this was the exit. But then, their expressions changed abruptly. High in the sky outside, 4 figures stood side by side. These 4 people were the monarch, Heavenly Lord Ji, the paragon of the human race, and the divine king. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Ji and the monarch had already activated their 3,000 incarnations. In the sky, the ultimate esoteric laws emitted a destructive aura. The divine king had also activated the mark of the god race. Behind the paragon of the human race, there were also golden dragon shadows, looking down on all living beings. Obviously, the monarch and the other 3 had been waiting for them. Moreover, it was waiting for them to come out of the tunnel and give them a head-on blow. In other words, even if they tore open the exit, they would have to face the bombardment of the monarch and the other 3. The crisis was not over yet. Not bad. They can actually forcibly tear open the exit. But it will never be possible to enter the divine kingdom, the monarch said. He was indeed surprised that Qin Feiyang and the others could break out of the spacetime passage. Because he knew the means of the divine kingdom's paragon best. If it were him, he wouldn't even be able to find the exit, let alone break out. But appreciation was one thing. He had to kill them. Boom. As the monarch's voice fell, the tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws that the four had prepared suddenly shattered the sky and charged toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Behind them, the source energy roared like a ferocious beast. In front, tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric laws were enough to destroy the world. The situation that Qin Feiyang and the others were facing now was that there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. We have already come this far, there is no reason to back down. Besides, even if we back down, we will still die. The power of origin is much more powerful than their ultimate esoteric laws. The lunatic gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and instantly arrived in the sky above the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, then rushed out of the crack and landed beside the lunatic. Behind them was a huge stone door. The crack they tore open was right in the center of the stone door. This was the other side of the door of the divine kingdom. However, even if they successfully entered the divine kingdom, the power of origin did not let them go. It turned into a raging wave and surged out from the stone door, drowning them. We have already left the passage, but it still controls the power of origin to kill us. This is a bit too much. The young man murmured. Chapter 40-49. The young man's voice was not very loud. But every word he said fell clearly in the minds of the king and the other three. Even the ruler of the divine kingdom standing at the top of the sky heard it clearly. Although the tone was very calm, they could hear a shocking sharpness. All of a sudden, the young man raised his head to look at the top of the sky, and the appearance of yawning instantly disappeared. At this moment, his body was straight, and his eyes were like torches, as if a god had returned. One look from him made the ruler of the divine kingdom at the top of the sky tremble involuntarily. He could actually detect his presence. And he could even accurately lock on to his position. One had to know. He was the ruler of the divine kingdom. He represented the will of the heavenly way. As long as he did not take the initiative to show himself, no one would be able to discover his traces. But this young man in front of him could actually find him. It was really unbelievable. But he did not know. What happened next was even more shocking to him. The green foxtail grass in the young man's mouth suddenly rose into the air and exploded into a dazzling divine light. Following closely, a magnificent force burst out from the ground. Under this force, the world in front of him trembled. Because this force contained a terrifying will of the heavens. It was as if the young man had incarnated into the will of the heavenly way at this moment. What? The ruler of the divine kingdom at the top of the sky suddenly changed his expression. The pupils of Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly shrank because they were too familiar with this aura. This was also the power of origin. That's right. The force that rushed out of the green foxtail grass was the power of origin. Could it be that there was also an independent world hidden in the green foxtail grass? But how was this possible? The great Qin, the forgotten continent, the third level of the miracle, the ancient realm, the sky cloud realm. They had explored so many places and only found the black tortoise realm. Moreover, other than Qin Feiyang, they had never seen anyone who had an independent world. The most terrifying thing was, the power of origin summoned by the young man seemed to be several levels stronger than the power of origin of the divine kingdom. This power of origin did not attack the monarch's ultimate meaning, nor did it attack the power of origin surging out of the stone door. Instead, it formed a barrier that enveloped Qin Feiyang and the others. Rumble. The ultimate intent at the front and the origin energy at the back crashed into the barrier at almost the same time. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others' hearts were in their throat. One had to know. The monarch and the others not only possessed a large number of ultimates, but they also possessed the will of the heavens. The power of the origin of the divine kingdom was even more terrifying. Even with the young man's source strength, he would not be able to withstand such terrifying attacks that were directed at the barrier at the same time. But What shocked them was that no matter if it was ultimate intent or origin energy, they didn't cause any damage to the barrier when they struck it. In fact, the barrier didn't even tremble. Like a boulder, it was indestructible. "This your sister is too strong." The frenzy, the white-eyed wolf, and Long Chen were all dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other, and their hearts were also in turmoil. Just one power of origin was able to block so many ultimate intents and the power of origin of the divine kingdom. Just how terrifying was the young man's quintessence energy. At the same time, the monarch and the others stared at the barrier around Qin Feiyang and the others, and their eyes were trembling. The dominator of the divine kingdom at the top of the sky was also in disbelief. A single strand of origin energy was actually this powerful? Was this really a power that a junior could master? "I rarely get angry, but this time, I'm really angry. If I get angry, you'll be in trouble." The young man's eyes were still locked on the top of the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier exploded with an apocalyptic might. It instantly shattered all the ultimate mysteries and origin energy. Then, it collapsed and turned into a 3-meter-long sword. It slashed towards the top of the sky with an apocalyptic sharpness. Humph! At the top of the sky, the dominator of the divine kingdom snorted coldly. Immediately, endless power of origin poured out like a waterfall, drowning the sky for thousands of miles, shocking the world. Boom! The sword shot into the sky, and the power of origin that poured down was immediately split open. It was unable to stop it at all, and it went straight to the top of the sky. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out in the sky. Immediately after, a bloody arm fell down from the sky, bringing with it a pool of blood. What? The dominator's arm was cut off. The monarch and the others were shocked. This was a dream. The dominator of a world was injured. They had known each other for so many years, but they had never seen anyone who could hurt the dominator in the slightest. Needless to say, Qin Feiyang and the others. The shock in their hearts could not be described with words. Too strong. He was simply a godlike figure. Qin Batian, who the hell are you? At the top of the sky, the dominator of the divine kingdom roared angrily. Are you an idiot? Since I'm Qin Batian, then I'm naturally the son of the princess of the divine kingdom. Of course, I'm also the grandson of the monarch. The young man sneered, looked down at the monarch, and said jokingly, "Grandfather, what do you think?" Hearing the word grandfather, the monarch's heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down. He did not doubt the young man's identity, because the 3,000 incarnations were the best proof. And Qin Feiyang and the others did not refute. This meant that the young man in front of them was indeed the son of the emperor and his daughter. But it was hard to imagine that a junior not only had the ultimate profundity of 6 supreme laws, but also had such a terrifying origin power. The young man then looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and bared his teeth. "I should also call you uncle." Heaven Lord Ji's heart was in turmoil when he heard the word uncle. Of course, he knew the young man's strength best. Because in the Western continent, the young man had fought with him for thousands of times. Even if he did not use his origin power, his strength was not weaker than his. To be honest, he was very happy to have such a nephew. But more than that, he was shocked. Just as the monarch thought, how could a junior have such a heaven-defying method? Origin power, only the dominator of the world had the ability to control it. Was there really an independent world hidden in that dog's tail? And a world even bigger than the divine kingdom? Boom! At this moment, at the top of the sky, wisps of origin force appeared once again. The young man raised his eyebrows, looked up at the top of the sky, and said, "Do you still want to attack? Don't forget that you've already broken your promise." At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang and the others, "Get ready to run for your life. Run for our life." Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. He had already cut off an arm of the dominator of the divine kingdom. Did he still need to run for his life? Cough, cough. Don't have too much hope for me. I only have one source of origin power. I've already consumed it by cutting off his arm. I thought I could intimidate him, but now it seems that I have angered him instead. The young man thought. It can't be. Only one source of origin power? Don't joke with us at this time. Frenzy transmitted his voice. Do I look like I'm joking with you? The young man smiled bitterly. Frenzy looked at the young man's expression, and his heart sank to the bottom. Long Chen's eyes also sank slightly, and he transmitted his voice, we can't run now, because once we run, he will know that we have no other means. That's right. We must stay calm. Let's see if he dares to make a move. Qin Feiyang also said secretly. He raised his head to look at the top of the sky and said, back then, when I fought with the monarch, you personally promised that you would not interfere in the war between the Sky Cloud Realm and Scandinavia for 10,000 years. What? As the dominator of the Divine Kingdom, do you really want to be a villain who goes back on his words? But the dominator of the Divine Kingdom turned a deaf ear. The source of origin power surged in the sky, brewing an even more terrifying killing move. Long Chen shouted, if you really dare to make a move, I will call Ice Dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast over. Haha, you want to use them to scare this sovereign? Don't forget, you are now in the Divine Kingdom. Even if you have established a contract bridge with them, you can't contact them now. The dominator of the Divine Kingdom sneered. Is that so? Long Chen raised his arm, and a token appeared. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the token and couldn't help but be stunned. This was given to us by Ice Dragon. He said that as long as we are in danger, we can crush this token. No matter where we are, he will be able to detect us immediately. Of course. If you are confident that you can block Ice Dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast, then you can ignore it. Long Chen sneered. Swish. In an instant, Qin Feiyang and the rest, as well as the king's gaze, fell on the token in Long Chen's hand. Although it is fake, be confident. Long Chen secretly said. Fake. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Was there a mistake? Seeing Long Chen speak so seriously, they really believed it. At that moment, they looked at the top of the sky with incomparably calm expressions. Who didn't know how to act? At the top of the sky, the dominator of the Divine Kingdom also stared at the token in Long Chen's hand, his eyes full of fear. Moreover, he could keenly sense that there was indeed Ice Dragon's aura in this token. Damn it, why do you keep haunting me? There was a trace of anger in his expression, and he said in a deep voice, I did promise that I would not intervene in the battle between the Sky Cloud Realm and the Divine Kingdom, but now, you have already killed your way to the Divine Kingdom. But before he finished speaking, Long Chen disdainfully said, you want to break your promise by killing your way to the Divine Kingdom? When you killed your way to our Sky Cloud Realm, what did we say? Is it true that only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? The dominator of the Divine Kingdom was incomparably annoyed, and coldly snorted, fine, within 10,000 years, I will not intervene. You all take care of yourselves. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. The surging origin power in the sky also dissipated. Qin Feiyang and the others watched this scene and couldn't help but secretly let out a long breath. They finally suppressed the dominator of the Divine Kingdom. However, the crisis didn't seem to be over. The monarch, Heavenly Lord Ji, the Divine King, and the supremes of the human race were still here. Chapter 40-50. Qin Feiyang could fight against the king. The young man could fight against Heavenly Lord Ji. But Long Qin, Long Chen, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf hadn't merged with the will of heaven. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Celestials, let alone the Divine King. The White-Eyed Wolf said, Long Qin, look at how dangerous our situation is. Why don't you help us break the seal? No. This is my principle. Long Qin thought. The White-Eyed Wolf was furious. Don't think about it now. Run. Long Chen put away the token and said. Run. Qin Feiyang frowned and thought, we haven't suppressed the gate of the Divine Kingdom yet. If we run away now, they might run to the Sky Cloud Realm. Then destroy it. Long Chen said. That's the only way. Attack. Qin Feiyang shouted. Except for the young man, the others all activated their ultimate ultimacy and attacked the stone gate behind them. The king and the other three were stunned. They wanted to destroy the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Boom. Heavenly Lord Ji took a step forward and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others with his 3,000 incarnations. Uncle, the last battle hasn't ended yet. The young man acted like he hadn't woken up yet again. He activated his 3,000 incarnations and charged towards Heavenly Lord Ji. Fine. Then let me see how powerful your nephew is. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes turned cold. Boom. The two immediately clashed and charged into the sky. Qin Feiyang immediately stopped and turned to face the king and the others. He said to Frenzy and the others without looking back, "Hurry up." Before his voice died away, 3,000 incarnations appeared and activated the ultimate ultimacy of the law of life and death, the law of death, and the law of karma at the same time. Opposite. The king and the others looked at each other. All the ultimate ultimacies appeared and charged forward with the will of heaven. At this moment, Madman and the others also attacked the stone door. However, at this moment, rays of dazzling divine light appeared on the stone door. The ultimate intent of the mad scientists group hit the stone door, but it didn't even budge. How is this possible? Long Qin was shocked. Just as little Qinzi said, after the princess of the divine kingdom destroyed the gate of the divine kingdom last time, the enemy increased the strength of the gate of the divine kingdom. Madman's expression darkened. So what? Long Qin asked. Boom. Qin Feiyang and the monarch's trio had also clashed. Destructive fluctuations erupted like a volcano. Frenzy and the others quickly hid behind the stone door. I have to think of something quickly, the white-eyed wolf urged. Watch me. Frenzy made up his mind and instantly turned into a giant. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin quickly retreated and looked at Frenzy in surprise. Frenzy bent down, grabbed the stone door with both hands, and roared, "Get up." In an instant, his veins bulged. He used all of his strength to forcibly pull the stone door up from the ground. That works too. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were dumbfounded. It was really simple and violent. Let's go. Madman roared, carried the stone door, turned around, and ran. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin looked at each other and hurriedly followed to help suppress the stone door. Because the stone door was struggling. Seeing this, the young man and Qin Feiyang immediately turned around and chased after Frenzy and the others without looking back. Uncle, let's fight again next time. The young man chuckled. Heavenly Lord Ji was so angry that he activated the moment of time and chased after them. The monarch's trio didn't dare to be negligent. They had to take back the gate of the divine kingdom, or they would be in a passive situation. What the hell is this place? There's not even a living creature. Half an hour later, the chase was still going on. The white-eyed wolf scanned the ground in front of him and frowned. It had been so long, but he still hadn't seen a single living creature. Not only were there no living creatures, but there wasn't even a single blade of grass. They couldn't help but wonder if they'd entered an illusion. But Qin Feiyang used the eye of life and death to see that there was no illusion here. Look, there are trees in front. Suddenly, Long Qin pointed to the mountains in front of them. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up. Indeed, in the mountains hundreds of thousands of miles away, they saw towering trees and beasts. Clouds and mist lingered in the mountains. If the area they were in at this moment was purgatory, then outside was paradise. Furthermore, the sky was clear and boundless. Long Chen scanned his surroundings and muttered, "This might be a forbidden area, so not a single blade of grass grows. It's very similar to the entrance to the ancient world." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Because the entrance to the ancient world was also a land of death. While they were talking, they had already crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived above the verdant mountains. The warm sunlight shone down, making people feel as if they were sitting in a spring breeze. Moreover, the clouds and mist in the mountains were all formed from essence chi. Just the essence chi that enveloped this place far surpassed the sky cloud realm. It was no wonder that Ryuko and the others would look down on the sky cloud realm so much. They had the capital to do so. The human sovereign martial artist shouted, "Qin Feiyang, quickly stop. You want us to stop, so we'll stop? Giving you so much face. If you have the ability, then come and chase us. Anyway, we're in the divine kingdom now." We're not afraid of a fierce battle with you, the white-eyed wolf laughed. In the past, they had to worry about the safety of living creatures in the sky cloud realm, so they tried their best to avoid colliding with the divine kingdom. But it was different now. Now that they had entered the divine kingdom, it didn't matter even if the people were in a terrible situation. So now, the ones who should be worried were the monarch and the others. Who are they? They're actually carrying the gate of the divine kingdom. Look, the people behind them are the monarch, the divine king, the human sovereign, and Lord Ji Tianjun. They're actually chasing after these young people in person. Are you kidding me? When Qin Fei Yang and the others rushed out of this forbidden area, it quickly caused a sensation. The birds and beasts they encountered along the way were all shocked to the extreme. Although the names of Qin Fei Yang and the others might have spread throughout the divine kingdom, not many people knew what they looked like. And the birds and beasts in the world usually stayed in their own nests and wouldn't leave unless there were special circumstances. So they didn't know what Qin Fei Yang and the others looked like. So at this moment, seeing Qin Fei Yang and the others carrying the stone gate and the monarch and the others following closely behind, their hearts were full of doubts. Roar! Suddenly, a giant beast hundreds of feet long roared out from the mountains and blocked the path of Qin Fei Yang and the others. Where did this little worm come from? Get lost with me, Lunatic shouted. A surge of the power of all evil surged out. The giant beast's strength wasn't weak either. It had mastered an ordinary ultimate profound, but it was instantly killed by the power of all evil. Not even its bones were left. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. Originally, there were many ferocious beasts that wanted to run over to intercept them, but when they saw this scene, they immediately fled in panic. Behind, the monarch and the others couldn't help but frown. If they were in the forbidden area, they could still boldly attack. But now that they were in the outside world, they didn't consider the impact of the battle. For experts at their level, blood would flow like a river whenever they fought. We can't let them enter the city in front. Otherwise, once we attack, there will be countless casualties, the human sovereign said in a deep voice. That's right. In the past, we could be unscrupulous in the sky cloud realm, but now that they have come to our divine kingdom, we must act cautiously. The divine king also nodded in agreement. At this moment, Qin Fei Yang and the others also saw the city in front. The scale of the city was at least tens of thousands of miles. The walls on all sides were towering like mountains, exuding an ancient aura. Still chasing? Long Qin looked at the four people from the divine kingdom behind her, and a trace of fierceness suddenly crept up between her brows. Boom! She activated 3 ultimate profound, and with a terrifying divine might, she blasted toward the city. What? The monarch and the others' faces changed. Don't you people from the divine kingdom like to massacre cities? Then this young lady will also have a taste of what it feels like to massacre a city. Long Qin smiled sinisterly. However, just as the 3 ultimate profundities were about to reach the city, 3 figures appeared on the city wall and unleashed their strongest ultimate profundities to block Long Qin's 3 ultimate profundities. No way. Long Qin's pupils shrank. In such a remote city, there were actually 3 powerhouses who had grasped the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. How dare you? After blocking Long Qin's ultimate profound, the 3 of them roared and took a step forward. Their aura roared in all directions as they charged toward Qin Fei Yang and the others. Back off. The human sovereign saw this and hurriedly shouted. Sovereign. The 3 of them were stunned. Their eyes looked past Qin Fei Yang and the others to the monarch and the others behind them. What? Monarch, Divine King, Lord Ji Tianjun, what's going on? Why are the 4 of them all here? Could it be that they are chasing after those young people in front of them? At the thought of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. To be chased by the monarch and the others and still be able to escape from the forbidden zone, how could they be simple people? Without thinking, they slammed on the brakes and quickly retreated to the side. After offending us, you still want to run? The madman flew over and sneered. He raised the gate of the divine kingdom and smashed it toward the 3 of them like a brick. This is the gate of the divine kingdom. In fact, one of them exclaimed. The next moment, 3 screams sounded. The 3 of them were smashed on the spot, and blood stained the sky. No way. He killed them just like that. The people in the city couldn't help but shudder when they saw this scene. You guys, quickly leave the city, the human sovereign roared anxiously. His words woke everyone up from their dreams. The people in the city swarmed out of the city like a swarm of bees. Qin Feiyang and the others flew into the sky above the city. The madman's eyes were overflowing with blood as he blasted down with the power of all evil. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire city was instantly turned into ashes, and countless people who fled were killed or injured. You guys are simply insane, the human sovereign roared. Haha, we are insane? When you guys killed the creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm and the Underworld King's Hell, weren't you insane? I am just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Now you know the pain, right? Your mood now is the mood of our Sky Cloud Realm's billions of creatures at that time. Don't worry, the good show is yet to come. If I don't slaughter all the cities of your divine kingdom, I swear I will not stop. The madman laughed wildly. Chapter 4051. Sky Cloud Realm? What do you mean? Could they be from the Sky Cloud Realm? Those who escaped couldn't help but be surprised when they heard Madman's words. Didn't they say that the Sky Cloud Realm was very weak? How dare they come to the divine kingdom so blatantly? At the same time, hearing Madman's clamor, the faces of the monarch and the other 3 turned pale. With the hatred of the Sky Cloud Realm for the divine kingdom, this madman might really do it. The monarch's eyes flashed as he decisively made a decision. Looking at the divine king and the human race's supreme, he said in a deep voice, Heaven Lord Ji and I will continue to pursue. You two split up and gather the powerhouses of the various races to encircle them. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? Heaven Lord Ji frowned. Don't underestimate them. If they keep avoiding the battle, we can't do anything to them. At that time, the divine kingdom will definitely be in chaos because of them. We must encircle them as soon as possible. No matter how bad it is, we must force them back to the Sky Cloud Realm. After the monarch finished speaking, he looked at the divine king and Heaven Lord Ji and said, Go. Okay. The 2 nodded, opened a space-time passage, and left. The divine king and the human race's supreme left. What do they want to do? Seeing this scene, the white-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly had a trace of doubt. They left. Madman was slightly taken aback. He turned his head and saw that they were really gone. Long Chen frowned and said, as expected, they should be gathering the powerhouses of the divine kingdom to encircle us. Hearing this, Long Chen's face turned pale, and she said worriedly, just the 4 of them, we have no way to deal with them. If the older generation figures of the Scandinavia all come here, then do we still have a way to survive? There's no need to think about it. There's definitely no way to survive. Long Chen shook his head. So we must escape as soon as possible, change our appearances, and hide first. When you all have merged with the will of the heavenly Tao, we can fight head-on. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. They are chasing us like this, how can we escape? The white-eyed wolf frowned. We can escape. The departure of the autarch of the human race and the divine king has created an opportunity for us. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the young man and said, Little brother, you stay outside and stall for a while. Before the young man could react, Qin Feiyang led Fengzi and the others into the Black Tortoise world. The young man was stunned and said angrily, What kind of joke is this? How can I possibly hold on? But there was no other way. Now, he could only brace himself. Black Tortoise world. Above the blood sea of the western regions. Now that Qin Feiyang no longer activated the slaughter domain, no one came to donate blood. The entire western region was deathly silent. Activate your ultimate meaning. Qin Feiyang activated his 3,000 incarnations and looked at Long Qin and the others. They immediately knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do. All sorts of ultimate mysteries appeared. As for the 3,000 clones, they immediately activated the Eye of Heaven and began to copy their ultimate intent. How do we deal with this thing? Fengzi pressed hard on the struggling stone door. If we can't destroy it, we can only seal it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The law of life and death, karma, and death appeared. Seeing this, Feng Zi, White-Eyed Wolf, Long Qin, and Long Chen also mobilized their ultimate meaning. Immediately, more than a dozen ultimate meanings surged toward the stone door. Can we seal it like this? Long Qin couldn't help but frown. This stone door seemed to be unimaginably powerful. As long as the sovereign of the divine kingdom doesn't make a move, there shouldn't be a problem. Besides, our black tortoise world also has origin energy. Although it can't be compared to the divine kingdom, it shouldn't be a problem to suppress it. After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked up at the sky and roared, "Brat, come out for a while." Swoosh. After a while, Brat appeared, but when he saw the door of the divine kingdom, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "Why did you bring this thing in? Can you suppress it?" Qin Feiyang asked. Suppressing it is possible. However, this will consume a lot of origin energy, Brat frowned. The current black tortoise world's origin energy wasn't even enough for those heaven-defying artifacts and sovereign weapons to absorb. How could there be any left to suppress the door of the divine kingdom? But this door of the divine kingdom, we have to suppress it, White-Eyed Wolf said. Brat pondered for a while, looked at them and said, "I can help suppress it, but you have to find a way to get me some spirit veins and crystal veins as soon as possible, the more the better." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. This isn't a problem at all now. The divine kingdom is so big, do you still lack spirit veins and crystal veins? Madman snickered. In the past, in the sky cloud world, they didn't snatch the spirit veins and crystal veins because the various forces in the sky cloud world were now in a group. For example, the three major races. With the relationship between Long Chen, Qi Shaoyun, and Fire Dance, they couldn't snatch it. But it was different now. They were now in the divine kingdom. And judging from the previous situation, there must be countless spirit veins and crystal veins in the divine kingdom. With their current methods, they could obtain a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins with just a flick of their fingers. Brat said, "Then you guys seal it first. After sealing it, I will bring it to the land of origin. By the way, where is the other half of the door of the divine kingdom?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "It's still in the sky cloud world." Wait. If someone enters the divine kingdom from the sky cloud world now, will they be directly teleported to the black tortoise world? White-Eyed Wolf asked. No. As long as it is sealed, the transmission of the door of the divine kingdom will be cut off. Brat shook his head. That's good. White-Eyed Wolf nodded. The seal was soon completed, and Brat brought the door of the divine kingdom into the land of origin. And at this time, the 3,000 clones also assisted Long Chen and the others with their ultimate mysteries. But the next moment, Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Long Chen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "I wanted to integrate the will of the heavenly Tao, but I found that the will of the heavenly Tao can't be integrated with your ultimate mysteries. Isn't that nonsense? None of us have mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. And how can a clone integrate the will of the heavenly Tao?" Madman rolled his eyes at him. Although the clone doesn't have the will of the heavenly Tao, your ultimate mysteries have it, so it doesn't matter much. Yes. It won't be a problem to force the monarch and heavenly Lord Ji to retreat. After all, you and that young man are strong enough to defeat them, not to mention now that you have tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries. Long Chen and White-Eyed Wolf spoke one after another. Okay. Long Chen, come out with me. You guys wait here. Qin Feiyang then swept up Long Chen and the 3,000 clones and immediately appeared outside. One day outside was 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. Although a long time had passed in the Black Tortoise world, it was only a moment outside. The battle between the young man and the monarch had just begun. However, even if it had just begun, the young man still looked quite embarrassed. So fast. The young man was stunned. Is your array just a decoration? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned to look at the monarch and heavenly Lord Ji. Why don't the two of you work with us to overthrow the overlord's rule and return freedom to the people of the divine kingdom? As he spoke, the 3,000 clones also activated the three ultimate mysteries of death, life and karma. The will of the heavenly Tao exploded and a destructive aura shattered in all directions. The monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji's pupils immediately shrank. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would say something like that. Although you look down on humans like me who have the purple golden dragon blood, blood is thicker than water after all. We really shouldn't harm each other. I can also see that you're doing this because you have no other choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you through voice transmission. So, let's work together. Not only are you helping us, but we're also helping you. Qin Feiyang thought. You're too naive. If it weren't for the ice dragon and the sky-swallowing beast, do you think you'd still have the chance to talk about cooperation with us? You'd have died in the hands of the Overlord. Your wisest choice is to leave the Divine Kingdom immediately, the monarch said coldly. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. His eyes immediately became fierce. Then let's see who's the real deal. Boom. The 3,000 clones waved their hands and the ultimate mysteries instantly covered the sky and the earth. There were tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries. Moreover, Qin Feiyang's 3 ultimate mysteries all contained the will of the heavenly Tao. In addition, the ultimate mysteries activated by the 3,000 clones of the young man. What kind of scene would that be? Even the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji together couldn't stop it. The two of them kept retreating and they looked extremely miserable. We'll meet again someday, Qin Feiyang said to the two of them and then looked at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately took Qin Feiyang and the young man with him and activated the momentary time and escaped without looking back. The monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji wanted to stop them, but they couldn't break through the ultimate mysteries in front of them. No. In the face of these ultimate mysteries, they could only retreat. Moreover, they still had to seal the battle waves here. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once it spread. Let's solve the problem in front of us first. The monarch sighed inwardly. Then how should we explain it to the Lord? Heavenly Lord Ji thought. Just tell us the truth. Hurry up and seal the battle waves. Otherwise, the consequences will be even worse. The monarch said in a low voice. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang and the others dashed all along the way, and they successively changed a few directions during this period of time before they stopped and descended on the peak of an enormous mountain that was 3 kilometers tall. Finally, we got rid of them. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Yeah. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look behind him and nodded with a smile. It wasn't easy. He didn't expect to experience such a risk when he just arrived at the Divine Kingdom. It was really exciting. Humph. I still remember what happened before. The young man took a divine life pill and looked at Qin Feiyang with an unfriendly gaze. Why are you so stingy? You were the only one who had the ability to stall them. Besides, if I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have left you alone outside. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect him to be such a hateful person. The young man stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. How dare he call him stingy? Okay, I'll apologize, okay? It won't happen again. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. Right now, she could leave anyone but this young man. The young man pursed his lips and looked up at the sky. He said worriedly, "It's still too early to talk about escaping." What do you mean? The two of them were surprised. Aren't you the lord of the Black Tortoise realm? Why do you need to ask me? The young man glanced at him. Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes trembled. That's right. They weren't escaping yet. Because there was still the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. As the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, as long as he wanted to, no one in the Divine Kingdom could escape his prying eyes. Perhaps the ruler of the theocracy was spying on them from somewhere at this very moment. If that was the case, no matter how they hid or changed their appearances, they couldn't escape the monarch's encirclement. Because the Lord of the Divine Kingdom could secretly tell their location to the monarch at any time. Chapter 4052. The strength of the Divine Kingdom had far exceeded their expectations. Just that city alone had 3 powerhouses who had mastered the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. It was hard to imagine how many experts there were in the entire Divine Kingdom. It was already a headache to deal with these people. If the ruler of the Divine Kingdom joined in, there was no way to survive. Long Chen said, So we have to think of a way to stop the ruler of the divine kingdom from interfering in the battle between us and the divine kingdom. A way? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. The young man suddenly looked at Long Chen and asked, "Is that thing real or fake?" "What?" Long Chen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang also looked at the young man in confusion. "Token." The young man transmitted his voice. "Token?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Was it the token that Long Chen took out before? Did the young man suspect that this token was real and that it could be used to contact Ice Dragon? At that moment, he couldn't help but look at Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly smiled and said secretly, "Then answer me first. Is there really only one source of power?" "Yes." The young man didn't hesitate. "This title plate of mine is indeed fake." Long Chen smiled slightly. Hearing this, the young man immediately raised the corner of his mouth and said with a hint of playfulness, "But I did sense Ice Dragon's aura in the token." "What's going on?" Ice Dragon's aura? Qin Feiyang was stunned. At that time, he didn't notice it. Long Chen's face also showed a hint of surprise and said with a smile, "Your observation skills are really good. This token was indeed given to me by my father and can be used to contact him." "Then why did you say it's fake?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "I'm afraid that everyone will rely on this token. Besides, I don't want to use this token because it can only be used once." Long Chen said secretly, "In that case, this token should be the life-saving trump card you mentioned in the dragon's nest?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes." Long Chen nodded. "It's really a life-saving trump card." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It could only be used once, so it had to be used at the most critical moment. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the young man. His gaze glanced at the green dog's tail grass at the corner of the young man's mouth. He frowned and said, "You wouldn't be tricking us too, right? If you don't believe me." The young man threw the green foxtail to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed the green foxtail and sent his divine sense into it. It was a sovereign divine weapon, and even he couldn't see its level. However, he didn't find it was true origin was it. Qin Feiyang returned the green foxtail grass to the young man and asked suspiciously, "Where exactly did your origin energy come from?" "It was even stronger than the origin of the divine kingdom. I got it by chance." The young man held the Long Chen in his mouth again and said lazily, "Why don't we have such good luck?" Long Chen was speechless. "It's luck." The young man smiled proudly and looked up at the sky. His eyes flashed and he yawned and said, "You guys discuss the next step yourselves. I'll take a nap first." Before he finished speaking, the snow python appeared. The young man took a step and landed on the back of the snow python. Soon, he was snoring. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other helplessly. At this time, he was still in the mood to sleep. How big was his heart? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked at Long Chen and said, "Then let's hide here first and see if they can find us." "Okay." Long Chen nodded. To make the next step of the plan, they had to first confirm whether they had really escaped. The reason was simple. If now, the dominator of the divine kingdom had been secretly watching them, no matter what plan they made, they would have no chance to implement it. In short, what they had to do now was to find a way to get rid of the dominator of the divine kingdom. Time passed by little by little. Around evening, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were keenly aware that something was happening in this mountain. So the two restrained their aura and went to check nearby. They didn't know if they didn't see it, but they were shocked when they saw it. The beasts in this mountain, as well as the humans who came to explore, were quietly evacuating. "What's going on?" "The humans are fine, but the beasts here can't evacuate for no reason." The two were very surprised. "Wait." Suddenly, the two seemed to have thought of something, and their faces changed drastically. This kind of situation would only happen before the war. Because when the war started, these beasts and humans would be hurt, so they would evacuate in advance. In other words, this was man-made. Swish. The two looked at each other and returned to the mountain peak. Their divine sense rolled out. This time, there was no hiding. His divine sense spread out in all directions. Everything was clear in their eyes. The beasts and humans in the entire mountain were quietly evacuating. When the divine sense gushed out of the mountain, the two's faces immediately stiffened. They saw that in the void around the mountain, there were figures standing. The leader was the king, the divine king, and the dominator of the human race, Lord G. The four of them stood in the north, south, east, and west directions, looking at the mountain peak where they were. The scene behind them was even more terrifying, because behind them stood tens of thousands of figures, comparable to a sea of people. These tens of thousands of people all restrained their aura, like a group of ghosts standing in the night sky. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. So many. Long Chen's face couldn't help but turn pale. There was no suspense. These tens of thousands of people were the top experts of the divine kingdom. And they were here to encircle and annihilate them. They found us so quickly and let the creatures here evacuate in advance. This means that, as we speculated, the dominator of the divine kingdom has been secretly spying on our whereabouts. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. If the dominator of the divine kingdom had been spying on them, it was useless even if they changed their appearance. Because he knew what they had become. Running was even more useless. Because no matter where they ran, he would know. This was also the reason why Qin Feiyang and the other two stayed here. Because running was purely a waste of energy. It seems that we really have to go back to the Sky Cloud realm. The young man woke up, shook his head, and sighed. Go back to the Sky Cloud realm, Qin Feiyang frowned. I know you are unwilling, but there is no other way. As long as the dominator of the divine kingdom is here, there is no way we can escape from their pursuit. Unless, at this point, the young man looked at Long Chen with a lazy gaze. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at Long Chen. If they wanted to deal with the dominator of the divine kingdom, they would need the ice dragon and the sky-swallowing beast. Otherwise, this dilemma would never be solved. Long Chen pondered for a moment and sighed. It seems that there is no other choice. As he spoke, he took out the token, his eyes full of reluctance. Is there a need? He is your father. When he comes to the divine kingdom, you can ask him for another one. The young man transmitted his voice. The fact that Long Chen was the son of the ice dragon still had to be kept a secret. I know my father's temper too well. He will definitely not give me a second one. Long Chen smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. As long as it can help us restrain the dominator of the divine kingdom, it is worth it. The young man secretly said. All right. Long Chen nodded. He stepped into the sky. The young man waved his hand, and the snow python disappeared. Then, he followed Qin Feiyang and landed beside Long Chen. You're quite alert. Seeing that the three of them were no longer hiding, the dominator smiled faintly. It is pointless for you to do this. Think about it. When you went to the Sky Cloud realm, did the dominator of the Sky Cloud realm intervene? The young man glanced at the dominator and the others outside the mountain and said faintly. These words were not only said to the dominator and the others, but also to the dominator of the divine kingdom. Because the dominator of the divine kingdom must still be secretly watching them, these words could reach his ears. Heard. The dominator and the others were silent. But the dominator of the divine kingdom, who was hiding in the dark, sneered. You are not following the rules. Seriously destroying the balance. Are you not afraid of being attacked? The young man looked at the sky and said meaningfully. The dominator of the divine kingdom sneered even more, and his voice sounded in the sky. I don't think I have broken my promise, because I did not do it myself. But you did. As the dominator of a world, don't you think you are too much to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world? Long Chen raised his eyebrows. This is my world. I can do whatever I want. Who is an ant like you to speak? If you are not convinced, get out of the divine kingdom. No one will keep you. The dominator of the divine kingdom laughed contemptuously. Whoosh. Long Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, You want us to leave? Let me tell you, we are not leaving. As his voice fell, he clenched his big hand, and the token in his hand shattered on the spot. Seeing this, the dominator of the divine kingdom's pupils shrank, and he shouted, Kill them quickly. Boom. The Dominator and the others outside the mountain immediately activated their ultimate mysteries. The tens of thousands of people behind them also erupted with terrifying auras. Ultimate mysteries appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked around. In the end, they found that the people who came to encircle them basically all mastered at least 4 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate mysteries. Some even erupted with the will of the heavenly path. Terrifying. So this is the foundation of the divine kingdom? Long Chen murmured, and his body couldn't help but tremble. No. This is definitely not all of the divine kingdom's foundation. Due to the lack of time, there are probably many people who haven't been notified yet. Qin Feiyang's expression was also extremely gloomy. With so many experts, even if he opened the eye of heaven and had time to replicate the ultimate mysteries, he wouldn't be able to fight them all. If no one restrained the Dominator of the divine kingdom, then they would have a hard time in the divine kingdom. Boom. But at the same time, a loud rumble could be heard from the void behind him. It was as if someone was bombarding the barrier of this world. The void distorted crazily. Father's aura. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Terrifying auras rushed out of the distorted void. The owner of this aura was Ice Dragon. Hurry. The Dominator of the divine kingdom urged. Kill. With the divine king's order, a murderous aura spread out, and the ultimate mysteries that filled the sky from all directions suddenly turned into a raging wave, rolling toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. The danger of death instantly rose in their hearts. Chapter 4053. Who would dare to hesitate? Long Chen's God's domain opened. Qin Feiyang and the youth's 3,000 clones opened. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon roar, the purple-gold dragon soul roared out, and the eye of heaven opened instantly. 3,000 God's domains were instantly replicated. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's 3 ultimate mysteries and the youth's 6 ultimate mysteries were also activated. It's indeed the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. Looking at the 3,000 God's domain of life and death, the tens of thousands of experts of the divine kingdom were shocked. Eye of heaven. 3,000 clones. Will of heaven. Coupled with the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. If it was a one-on-one battle, who could be this kid's opponent? No wonder even the monarch was defeated by this kid. These means added together were the symbol of invincibility. Boom. The 3,000 gods' domains took the lead. The other ultimate mysteries followed closely behind. But there were too many experts of the divine kingdom. The 3,000 gods' domains were all shattered in an instant. Even the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death couldn't compete with the tens of thousands of experts of the divine kingdom. They collapsed one after another. The 3 of them were about to be drowned by the ultimate mysteries from all directions. But at this moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the void behind them shattered, and 2 figures walked out. It was the ice dragon and the golden small beast. As soon as they appeared and saw this scene, they raised their eyebrows. These little guys really don't want to live. They actually dared to come to the divine kingdom. The golden small beast came back to its senses and landed on top of Qin Feiyang's group. It opened its small mouth and swallowed countless ultimate mysteries. What? The monarch and the others were already used to it, but the tens of thousands of experts of the divine kingdom were stunned. What kind of means was this? One must know. There were at least hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries. And they were all ultimate mysteries of the law of life. But they were swallowed into the stomach of a small beast just like that. This was too exaggerated. It wasn't that outrageous. What's wrong with you guys? The Sky Cloud realm is doing fine. Why did you come to the divine kingdom? Ice Dragon landed beside Long Chen and frowned at the 3 of them. If we don't come to the divine kingdom, how can we complete the mission you gave us? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The corner of Ice Dragon's mouth twitched. She was blaming him. He said in a deep voice, "Let me tell you something. If you were in the divine kingdom, we wouldn't help you. If the master of the divine kingdom doesn't interfere, we don't need your help." The young man pursed his lips. What? He intervened again? Ice Dragon frowned. Not bad. When we entered the gate of the divine kingdom, He personally attacked and trapped us in the passage. He even used the power of rules and the power of origin to kill us. It wasn't easy for us to escape, but his spying on us again. His telling the monarch of our whereabouts so that they can surround and annihilate us. Don't you think his actions are too much? Long Chen felt indignant. His even using origin energy? Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, the golden small beast's eyes turned cold. The young man yawned and said, if it weren't for my origin energy, we would have died in his hands. His too much. I can tolerate other things, but using origin energy is absolutely unforgivable. Ice Dragon looked up at the sky. Cold light surged in his eyes. A mighty divine power surged and went straight to the sky. With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Then, the divine power went straight into the land of origin. This was the rhythm of piercing through the sky. Tens of thousands of people in the divine kingdom couldn't help but tremble. The master of the divine kingdom couldn't help but panic. Boom. The next moment, a deafening sound came from the land of origin. The void of the entire divine kingdom began to crack at this moment. What are you doing? The master of the divine kingdom roared. In the sky cloud realm, you promised that you wouldn't interfere in their affairs for 10,000 years. But in the blink of an eye, not only did you personally take action, but you also used origin energy. Do you really take our words for granted? Ice Dragon's face was as cold as water. He turned to the golden small beast and said, Boss Frog, swallow the divine kingdom directly. You can't do this. The master of the divine kingdom roared. You're the one who challenged our bottom line first. In that case, there's no need for us to be polite. Ice Dragon sneered. Boom. Suddenly, a monstrous ferocious power erupted. The palm-sized beast instantly transformed into a gigantic beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The scales all over its body emitted a golden divine light. As it opened its mouth, wind whistled. The shattered space in the surroundings and the collapsed earth below all rushed into its mouth. Stop. I promise that I won't interfere again. The master of the divine kingdom roared again and again, full of anxiety. The monarch and the others couldn't say anything. They all turned around and fled without looking back. This heaven-swallowing beast and ice dragon were too strong. They weren't weak. Even in the divine kingdom, they were top-notch existences. But in front of ice dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast, they were like insignificant ants. Your promise is useless. Ice dragon sneered. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? The master of the divine kingdom roared. Ice Dragon glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the monarch and the others who had fled into the distance. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He walked to the heaven-swallowing beast and whispered a few words. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast was silent for a while. Its body instantly returned to the size of a palm. From now on, no one will interfere with you. No one will even spy on you. You can do whatever you want. But Qin Feiyang, you must remember what you promised us. After saying that, the golden small beast took Ice Dragon and disappeared into the sky without looking back. The young man turned to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, what did you promise them? To destroy the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang said. Ah. The young man was stunned. He looked up at the sky with a hint of doubt in his eyes. They actually asked Qin Feiyang to destroy the divine kingdom. What were these two doing? From now on, I will no longer interfere with anything in the divine kingdom. Monarch, divine king, sovereign of the human race, don't let me down. At this moment, the voice of the master of the divine kingdom came from the sky. His words were filled with intense killing intent. First, he was telling them that they must kill Qin Feiyang and the others. Second, he was warning the monarch and the others not to betray him. Yes. The monarch and the others looked at each other and nodded respectfully. After that, the voice of the master of the divine kingdom didn't sound again. They really have a way. Qin Feiyang snickered. What a joke. Don't you know who they are? But now, we have to run for our lives. The young man said telepathically. The master of the divine kingdom promised not to help them again. The ice dragon and the sky-swallowing beast definitely wouldn't help them. If they didn't rush out of the encirclement, they would die in the end. Let's go. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked around and immediately rushed to the south. Because the person in charge of the south was the sovereign of the human race, relatively speaking, it should be easier to deal with. Long Chen and the young man looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Hurry and support the sovereign of the human race, the monarch shouted. The monarch was in charge of the east, Heavenly Lord Ji was in charge of the west, and the Divine King was in charge of the north, before he finished speaking. The three of them immediately led the experts behind them and charged towards the south. Are they using me as a breakthrough point? At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two rushing over, the sovereign of the human race murmured. Sovereign, these people are too presumptuous. How dare they look down on you? Let's use your trump card. Behind them, an old man in black said in a deep voice. That's what I was thinking. The sovereign of the human race raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. His eyes instantly changed as if an emperor had descended. Golden dragon shadows appeared around him. These golden dragon shadows were all five-clawed golden dragons. Five-clawed golden dragons symbolized the emperor. As the ruler of the human race, the sovereign of the human race was undoubtedly the emperor. The emperor's aura swept in all directions. Even Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but have the urge to worship him. I am the sovereign of the human race. I carry the will of heaven and earth and the faith of the human race. How dare you provoke me? The sovereign of the human race's voice was like a bell, shaking all directions. A terrifying will burst out from his body. The will of heaven? Qin Feiyang was shocked. No. This is the faith and will of billions of living beings. Although the will of heaven is terrifying, the faith and will of living beings is not inferior to it. In fact, it is even stronger. The young man said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. The faith and will of billions of living beings. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. There is a saying in the mortal world, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This saying can also be applied to a world. Although heaven and earth created all things also support heaven and earth. The will of heaven is irreversible, but if all things are united, they can also overturn the will of heaven. Therefore, what is truly terrifying is not the will of heaven, but the faith and will of living beings in the world. When these beliefs and wills accumulate, they will eventually be able to unleash the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The young man looked at the sovereign of the human race with a heavy and fearful gaze. Looking at the young man's expression, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen were in disbelief. This was because the young man had always been indolent. Even when facing a powerhouse like Heavenly Lord Ji, he had never changed. But now, he became so serious in front of the sovereign of the human race. It seemed that they had underestimated the sovereign of the human race. Sword of Faith, appear. With a sincere prayer, a long sword suddenly appeared in front of the sovereign of the human race. This long sword was colorful and only 3 feet long, but its sharpness could tear heaven and earth apart. What was more terrifying was the will contained in this long sword, which exuded an indestructible faith. This time, Qin Feiyang and the other two felt an even stronger threat. There is no turning back. Break out with all your strength, the young man shouted. The sleepiness in his eyes had long disappeared. At this moment, his eyes could be said to be sharp and threatening. Boom. 3,000 incarnations were activated. The ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws roared out, and the will of the great path erupted. Even the young man was so serious, how could Qin Feiyang and Long Chen dare to be negligent? Besides, the sharpness of this sword of faith indeed posed a fatal threat to them. Chapter 4054. God's Domain. 3,000 clones. All kinds of ultimate profound meanings. Will of heaven. Eye of heaven. Without holding back. Boom. The next moment. The three of them waved their hands. 3,000 God's domains and more than 20,000 ultimate profound meanings charged toward Jizun. Sword of Faith, / Jizun's whole body flashed with golden light, and even his eyes turned golden. 5 clawed golden dragons circled around his body, and he was like an emperor. Clang! As his voice fell, the sword of faith erupted with destructive power and slashed toward the god's domain. Crack! One god's domain was instantly shattered without any resistance. Following closely, the second one. The third one, it was completely unstoppable. In just 3 breaths, all 3,000 gods' domains were shattered. So strong. Long Chen looked at this scene in horror. God's domain was so fragile. An even more shocking scene had just begun. The sword of faith slashed toward the ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death. With a loud bang, the ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death was instantly shattered. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was like Long Chen, and his face was full of disbelief. One must know. This was the law of life and death. The strongest law in the world. When faced with the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, the ultimate profundities of the various ultimate profundities could only be crushed. But now, it was completely defeated by the sword of faith. This was like a dream. It was too unreal. It's very strong, right? This is the faith and will of all things in the world. It's heaven-defying, the young man said. I'll replicate it. Qin Feiyang's face had a trace of joy. As long as such a powerful method was replicated, not to mention breaking through, defeating the 4 kings and tens of thousands of divine kingdoms' powerhouses would be a piece of cake. But, the next moment, he was stunned. The eye of heaven couldn't replicate it. That's right. The eye of heaven, which could even replicate God's domain, couldn't replicate the sword of faith. It's useless. This is formed by the faith and will of all things in the world. It can even go against the heavenly Tao. How can the eye of heaven replicate it? Let's hurry up and break through, the young man said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the shock in his heart. Then, he followed the young man and Long Chen to attack the supreme master of the human clan. At this moment, the tens of thousands of experts behind the human clan supreme being had also activated their ultimate intent. Some had 4, while others had 5. There were even some who possessed the 6 Tao's ultimate mysteries. However, it contained the ultimate profundities of ordinary laws, so it did not contain the will of the heavenly Tao. But there were also people who possessed the will of the heavenly Tao. For example, the black-robed old man who had spoken to the human clan sovereign earlier possessed the ultimate profundities of 6 supreme laws. For Qin Feiyang and the other 2, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The sword of faith was like an invincible existence. In addition, the black-robed old man and other experts were assisting the human race utmost exalted, making it difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. Most importantly, the monarch, the divine king, and heavenly Lord Ji were also coming. I don't believe that the sword of faith can shatter all of our ultimate mysteries. Qin Feiyang was seething with anger. 100 life and death law ultimate mysteries blasted toward the sword of faith at the same time. But the result made Qin Feiyang dumbfounded on the spot. 100 life and death law ultimate mysteries collided with the sword of faith at the same time. In the end, the sword of faith was only pushed back. There were no cracks on it. It's too heaven-defying. Long Chen murmured. He thought it was a breakthrough, but he did not expect it to be a ruthless character. This strength was even more terrifying than the divine king. Even if it was the monarch, without 3,000 incarnations, he could only submit. Don't test the power of the sword of faith again, the young man shouted anxiously. Heavenly Lord Ji and the others were about to arrive. If they could not break out of the encirclement, they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down the shock in his heart. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 life and death law ultimate mysteries rushed out. With a crack, the sword of faith finally shattered. The human clan sovereign also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Get lost. The 3 of them roared at the same time. The remaining ultimate mysteries roared out like angry waves. Kill. The human clan sovereign stabilized his body and roared. The more than 10,000 people behind him activated their ultimate mysteries and immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Boom. A series of loud sounds shook the heavens and the earth. The void and the earth were constantly being annihilated. For the divine kingdom, this was a disaster. Although the black-clothed old man and the others had a lot of people, there were not many who had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang and the young man were different. The ultimate mysteries activated by their 3,000 incarnations all had the will of the heavenly Tao. Without the sword of faith to block them, they were simply unstoppable and crushed all the way. Not good. The black-clothed old man's face sank. You are not his match, get out of the way, the human clan sovereign shouted. More than 10,000 people hurriedly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and the other two flashed past them like lightning and fled toward the end of the world without looking back. Sovereign, are you okay? Heavenly Lord Ji, the monarch, and the divine king finally arrived with the experts behind them. The arrival of the ice dragon and the golden small beast not only intimidated the divine kingdom sovereign, but also opened a way for Qin Feiyang and the other two to escape in advance. At that time, the monarch and the others were intimidated by the ice dragon and the small beast, which also led to the distance between them and the human clan sovereign. And Qin Feiyang and the other two were in the center of the encirclement, so they must have reached the human clan sovereign first. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang and the other two wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly according to the initial encirclement distance. It's okay. The human clan sovereign waved his hand and turned to look at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other two. He shook his head and said, "Actually, I didn't expect to be able to stop them. After all, their strength is obvious to all. I just want them to know that I am not the breakthrough point." The monarch and the divine king looked at each other. It seemed that this old man was very concerned about the breakthrough point. "What should we do now?" Heavenly Lord Ji asked. "What else can we do? Go after them. We must catch up with them. No matter what, we can't let them massacre the cities of the divine kingdom." The human clan sovereign clenched his hands. The lunatic had said before that he wouldn't give up until he slaughtered all the cities of the divine kingdom. With the hatred these people had for the divine kingdom, they might really do it. Back to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Long Chen, Qin Feiyang, and the young man activated the momentary time and streaked across the sky like lightning. The young man turned his head and looked at the void behind him. He shook his head and said, "I really didn't expect that this human clan sovereign could gain the faith of the creatures of the divine kingdom." "Is it very difficult?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Very difficult." The young man nodded. He pondered for a while and said, "And this human clan sovereign should be easier for us to break through than the monarch." "Easier to break through?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Didn't you want to persuade the monarch to betray us and fight against the sovereign of the divine kingdom together? But now that I think about it, this human clan sovereign might be easier to persuade than the monarch." The young man gradually returned to his sleepy appearance. It was as if he could fall asleep standing up. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other, then turned to the young man and asked, "What do you mean?" "To gain faith, the first condition is benevolence, righteousness, kindness, and care for the common people. Because only then will the creatures of the world respect and believe in him." The young man explained. "His benevolent, righteous, and kind care for the common people?" Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He looked at the young man and said, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "How could I be mistaken? Let's not talk about what he did in the sky cloud realm for now, but in the divine kingdom, he's definitely a person of virtue and prestige. His prestige in the divine kingdom is even higher than that of the monarch and the divine king. Otherwise, the one who gained the faith of the common people wouldn't be him, but the monarch and the divine king," the young man said. Qin Feiyang still didn't believe it. "You don't understand the power of faith. The power of faith is also called the power of faith. The birth of the power of faith doesn't mean that you will be born just because everyone believes in you. It requires a person who truly cares for the common people, a person who has spent his life doing good for the common people, to treat you as his faith and worship you as a god in his heart. Only then will the power of faith slowly be born. So, as long as the power of faith appears, you don't have to doubt that this person will definitely be a good person," the young man said. "So that's how the power of faith comes about." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He looked at the young man and said, "Then why don't I have the power of faith? The living beings of the Black Tortoise realm trust me a lot. The people of Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent also worship me like a god." Black Tortoise realm? Great Qin? How many living beings are there in all these places? Even if the power of faith appears, you won't be able to feel it. However, speaking up to here, the young man pondered for a moment and continued, "I heard that you saved Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. You also contributed greatly to the peace of the ancient realm. Now that the Sky Cloud realm is in trouble, you're also working hard. I think, when you save the Sky Cloud realm and make the living beings of the Sky Cloud realm start to believe in you, you should be able to slowly sense the power of faith. After all, there are still quite a lot of living beings in the Sky Cloud realm." The young man chuckled. "Really?" Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. Calm down, calm down. Although you care about the common people now, you've killed too many people in the past. I heard that back then, as long as you opened the slaughter domain, rivers of blood would flow. If you want to obtain the power of faith, you must first wash away your sins. This is karma," the young man said. "Wash away my sins? How?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Nonsense. Of course, it's to do good things for the common people." The young man rolled his eyes and said, "However, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Instead of putting your hope in the Sky Cloud realm, it's better to develop the Black Tortoise realm. Because even if you save the Sky Cloud realm, the living beings of the Sky Cloud realm might not thank you. For example, the Foam people, the dragons, and the Chilean race have a lot of hatred for you." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was true. The three races were polite to him now because they were afraid of him, not because they respected him. But the Black Tortoise realm is different. You're the ruler of the Black Tortoise realm, and you treat the living beings of the Black Tortoise realm much better than the ruler of the Divine Kingdom treats the living beings of the Divine Kingdom. As long as the living beings believe in you continue to increase, you'll be able to grasp the power of faith sooner or later. The young man smiled faintly. Chapter 4055. Why didn't the ruler of the Divine Kingdom gain the faith of all living beings? Instead, he was taken advantage of by the human race? Long Chen was puzzled. Can the ruler of the Divine Kingdom gain the faith of all living beings? Let me tell you something. If this continues, one day, the human race will be able to kill him. There was a hint of mockery in the young man's eyes. Kill him? Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. A subject killing a ruler? No matter how you put it, it was impossible. It seems that you still don't understand how terrifying the power of faith is. The power of faith is the power of all living beings. In the end, this kind of power can compete with or even suppress the origin force. The young man said. Compete with the origin force? The two were shocked. Of course. The young man nodded and said, I heard that many years ago, there was a person called Wu Tian. Wu Tian? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's wrong? You know about it too? The young man looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I don't know if the Wu Tian I know is the same person as the one you're talking about. There will always be one Wu Tian in this world. The young man said. In that case, they should be the same person. The pill scripture and the 6-word divine formula in my hands were created by this person. Also, the ancient castle Kang Shui that accompanied it should also be his. Qin Feiyang frowned. Damn. Then your background is quite big. Don't tell me you're his illegitimate son. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Who is this Wu Tian? He sounds quite amazing. Long Chen was suspicious. Of course he's amazing. About his inheritance, if I tell you, you'll be scared to death. I'll just say one thing. The former Wu Tian was just like us, a speck of dust between heaven and earth. But his heart was also filled with righteousness. He saved continents and left behind countless legends. At that time, the god of creation in his world was just as cruel and heartless as the ruler of the divine kingdom. Later, this Wu Tian acted on behalf of the heavens and fought with the god of creation. Do you know how he defeated the god of creation? His using the power of faith. the young man said with a smile. This, Qin Feiyang and Long Chen looked at each other. This power of faith was too heaven-defying. Therefore, don't underestimate the power of faith, and don't underestimate the supreme human of the divine kingdom. His potential is even more terrifying than that of the monarch and the divine king. Therefore, I suggest that instead of trying to convince the monarch, we should start with this human supreme. I feel that the chances of success are higher, the young man said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a long time and nodded. Okay, we'll listen to you. Long Chen pondered for a while and turned to look at the young man. Are you familiar with this Wu Tian? You seem to know so much about him. No, I'm not familiar with him. I've only heard about him from my elders. The young man waved his hand as if he was a little guilty. Elders? Long Chen was stunned. The young man looked at Long Chen's expression and frowned. You don't think I'm an orphan, do you? Ahem. Long Chen coughed and turned his head to hide the embarrassment on his face. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang with a dark face and asked, Do you also think I'm an orphan? This, Qin Feiyang also looked embarrassed and said with a flattering smile, Little brother, you can't blame us for this. Who asked you to be so mysterious? And you've always been alone. The young man's mouth twitched. What kind of logic is this? A person walking alone in the mortal world is an orphan? Qin Feiyang asked curiously, but since you mentioned your elders, you must have a strong family background. Otherwise, how can you master the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws at such a young age? Where are you from? It was impossible in the Sky Cloud realm. Because no one had the ability to cultivate such a young man. The ancient realm, Hades, and Hell were even more impossible. As for the divine kingdom, they had the ability. But looking at the young man's attitude toward the divine kingdom, he was obviously not from the divine kingdom. Could it be that there were other continents in this world besides the Sky Cloud realm and the ancient realm? It's a secret. The young man smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Fortunately, this young man was not an enemy, or he would be on tenterhooks every day. Long Chen also looked at the young man curiously and then turned his head to look at the void behind him. He could clearly feel a powerful aura and frowned. It seems that they want to pursue us to the end. As long as the ruler of the divine kingdom doesn't interfere, nothing will matter. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Basically, he could announce that they were out of danger. Look, there's a city in front. This time, we have to keep a low profile. Qin Feiyang looked up at the land in front of him. In the distance, a huge city stood majestically. It was much larger than the city they had encountered before. Inside, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, bustling and lively. The young man reminded, and in order to persuade the human race's sovereign, you can't kill innocent people anymore. Got it. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 3 of them immediately changed their appearances, restrained their aura, and rushed toward the city. However, they didn't enter the city, but quietly bypassed the city and continued forward. Restraining their aura here could also cause an illusion. Let the monarch and the others think that they had entered the city. When they arrived, the monarch and the others would be here to investigate. The investigation would naturally delay them, and they could take the opportunity to completely escape. As long as they escaped, they could soar freely in the sky. As expected, when the monarch and the other 3 arrived here with their men, they immediately stopped in the sky above the city and carried out a carpet check of the people in the city. After an hour of investigation, no one in the city had a problem. Immediately, they realized that they had been deceived by Qin Feiyang and the other 2. They are indeed a few little foxes. The monarch smiled bitterly. Then what should we do now? If we let them get away like this, won't they cause chaos in our divine kingdom? Everyone's face was full of worry. For now, I'm relieved. The human race's sovereign glanced at the city and said, What do you mean? Everyone looked at him in confusion. At least, they didn't massacre this city. The human race's sovereign revealed a smile. Not massacring this city doesn't mean that they won't massacre other cities. We still can't be careless. Immediately tell the city lord's mansion of each city to strictly investigate everyone who enters and leaves the city from this moment on. These little fellows are very clever. Tell them to be 120% vigilant. There can't be any mistakes." The monarch looked at the human race's sovereign and said, "Understood." The human race's sovereign nodded. If the ruler of the divine kingdom was restrained by the ice dragon and the golden small beast, the monarch would undoubtedly be the most powerful person in the divine kingdom. "Then let's move. Once there's news about them, report it immediately." The monarch ordered and then turned around and left with Heavenly Lord G. The father and son flew over a mountain. The monarch stopped and turned to look at Heavenly Lord G. He secretly asked, "Heavenly Lord, what do you think of Qin Fei Yang's suggestion?" "Huh." Heavenly Lord G looked at the monarch in shock. Don't say it out loud." The ruler's last words were very obvious. "If we dare to betray him, the purple gold divine dragon clan will face the disaster of extinction. So you must be careful when you speak in the future. Maybe he's watching us from somewhere." The monarch's eyes scanned the surroundings, full of vigilance. "Okay." Heavenly Lord G secretly responded. After pondering for a while, he said telepathically, "I'll listen to Father. I'll do whatever you say." Sigh. The monarch sighed and looked at the sky. "To be honest, I really didn't expect things to develop to this point. I also didn't expect that your sister's descendants in the sky cloud realm would be so outstanding. Every time I see them, I can't help but feel compassion. But they're not purple gold divine dragons after all." Heavenly Lord G secretly said. "Yeah. I used to think so too. So what if they're talented? Can they compare to us purple gold divine dragons? But now it's proven that they're much more outstanding than our descendants. Do you think I'm too pedantic? Actually, the combination of humans and purple gold divine dragons isn't that bad. Moreover, when Qin Fei Yang talked to me, his words were full of respect." The monarch sighed. "Indeed. Anyway, my son, whether it's his character or talent, is definitely not comparable to Qin Fei Yang and Qin Batian." Heavenly Lord G shook his head. "And your sister, she suffered so many grievances in the sky cloud realm. As her father, how can I not feel heartache? I really miss her. Unfortunately, she's now under the protection of Qin Fei Yang and the others. I don't even have a chance to see her." The monarch sighed. Heavenly Lord G also sighed and said telepathically, "But then again, we have to thank them. If it weren't for them protecting my sister, the sovereign would definitely not have let her go for her betrayal of the divine kingdom." "Yeah." The monarch nodded and took a deep breath. "I have to think about this matter carefully. Let's go back first." As the order of the human sovereign was issued, the entire divine kingdom and all the major cities were in an uproar. Qin Fei Yang? Lunatic? Long Chen and Long Chen? Qin Batian and Golden Wing Wolf King? They actually came to our divine kingdom? Not only did they come to our divine kingdom, but they even carried away the gate of the divine kingdom that leads to the sky cloud realm. Impossible. They really carried it away. I received the news and went to take a look. I even asked the nearby ferocious beasts. At that time, many ferocious beasts saw that man called Lunatic carrying the gate of the divine kingdom and fleeing while shouting at the monarch and the others. Awesome. These words immediately caused dissatisfaction. Awesome. Don't you know that they're blatantly provoking our divine kingdom? And that Lunatic even threatened to slaughter all the cities of our divine kingdom. It's obvious that they're here for revenge. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the city gates were suddenly so strict. Then shouldn't we leave the city? Lest we die in their hands. You don't have to worry about that. The sovereign has already given the order to search for them. Although they're powerful, they don't dare to be so brazen in our divine kingdom. In just 3 days, all the creatures of the divine kingdom knew that Qin Fei Yang and the others had broken into the divine kingdom. For a moment, everyone was full of curiosity about Qin Fei Yang and the others. Because this was the first time that someone could break into their divine kingdom and successfully escape from the pursuit of the monarch and the others. Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Chapter 4056. Deep in the mountains. Swoosh. Figures appeared one after another. It was Qin Fei Yang, the young man, Long Chen, Long Qin, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. In the past 3 days, They had been hiding in the Black Tortoise realm to recuperate after escaping the pursuit. Their essence, energy, and spirit had been adjusted to their peak state. The young man looked around and said to Qin Feiyang and the others, "Since it's safe, let's part ways for now." Part ways. This sudden sentence caught Qin Feiyang and the others off guard. Although they had escaped, no one could predict the unknown danger. At this time, the best choice was to develop in a group. Why would he leave alone? "Little brother, don't be like this. You're our backbone now. We can't do without you." The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and hurriedly grabbed the young man. He couldn't let this person escape no matter what. The young man rolled his eyes. It was too nauseating. He shook off the white-eyed wolf's hand and said indifferently, "I'm used to traveling alone. But when you're in danger, I'll come to help." After saying that, he ignored the persuasion and left without looking back. Little Qinzi, the white-eyed wolf, was quite anxious. They really couldn't do without this young man now. After knowing him for so long, you still don't know his character. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. From the beginning in the ancient world, the young man liked to be alone. Moreover, with the young man's strength, they couldn't stop him. Without this person, we have to be more careful in the future. Long Chen sighed helplessly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Now, let's go find out the situation in the Divine Kingdom first and then plan to hunt the geniuses." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. They changed their appearance and suppressed their cultivation to the half-step sovereign realm. Then, they flew towards the mountains ahead. Soon, a city called Bright Moon City entered their sight. Its scale was several times larger than the Cloud Sea City in the Sky Cloud realm. However, such a city was still considered small in the Divine Kingdom. The 5 of them stood in the mountains outside the city. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they looked rather miserable. Disguised as hunters, they looked at Haoyu City from afar. At the city gate, there was an endless stream of people going in and out. Most of them were humans. Occasionally, they would see people from the god race. However, the inspection was very strict. The ground at the city gate was covered with a thick layer of Heaven's Eye stones. Anyone who walked on top of it would not be able to escape the detection of the Heaven's Eye stone. Furthermore, the 4 guards guarding the city gate were also very strong. "Why don't I take a look at the other city gates?" Madman asked. "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Since this city gate was so heavily guarded, then the other 3 city gates would definitely be the same. Furthermore, it was not only Haoyu City that was affected. All the cities in the Divine Kingdom were probably sealed off. There seems to be the aura of a barrier. Long Qin scanned the sky above the city, his brows tightly knitted. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up. They could indeed faintly sense the aura of a barrier. In other words, now the entire Haoyu City was covered by a barrier. To enter and exit the city, one must pass through the city gate. However, the inspection was so strict that it was impossible to sneak in. "Actually, we don't have to go in." Qin Feiyang's gaze suddenly fell on the city gate. A young man and a young woman came out from the city gate. The man was wearing a brocade robe and had an extraordinary temperament. The woman was wearing a long red dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was charming and moving. The young man's demeanor was very arrogant. The woman also relied on the power of the young man to be arrogant. The most important thing was, when the 2 of them walked out of the city gate, the 4 guards not only did not question them, but also bowed to the 2 of them. It could be seen that the identity of the 2 of them was not simple. At least in Haoyu City, they must be people with status. Long Chen followed Qin Feiyang's gaze. When he saw the young man and woman, he immediately understood what Qin Feiyang meant. After a while, the young man and woman followed the road and passed below. Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the concealment technique. He led Long Chen and the others out of the jungle and followed the 2 of them unhurriedly. "Young city lord, where are you taking me?" The woman in red looked around and asked charmingly. "Don't worry. You'll know later." The young man called Young Master Li smiled mysteriously at the woman and kept teasing her. The woman's cheeks blushed. However, when they met other people, The two of them maintained a distance from each other, looking very serious. Long Qin, not suitable for children. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Get out. Long Qin rolled his eyes at him. Why was his mind so dirty? They were a couple. Wasn't it normal to be intimate with each other? They're not a couple. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Not a couple? Long Qin was slightly taken aback. They were so intimate. How could they not be a couple? The white-eyed wolf said with a sneaky smile, have you ever seen a couple call each other young city lord? Huh. Long Qin couldn't help but turn his head to look at Long Chen. Couples usually call each other by their names, or like the white-eyed wolf and fire dance, one called Sister Feng and the other called Brother Wolf. Moreover, when they meet people, they keep a distance. This doesn't seem like the way couples get along. Long Chen smiled. Sister Feng and Brother Wolf. Disgusting. Long Qin despised him. It's none of your business. It's better than having no one. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Who did you say no one wants? Long Qin seemed to be irritated and glared at the white-eyed wolf. Of course it's you. With your personality, who would dare to want you? Not only was the white-eyed wolf merciless, but his face was also full of disdain. If it weren't for Long Chen who tried to stop him, he would probably fight the white-eyed wolf to the death. Madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin and transmitted his voice. Old Qin, don't you think the way they get along is very strange? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and thought, haven't they always been like this? I don't think so. Back in the ancient world, when the two of them met, they were like enemies. But now, they are actually flirting in front of us. Don't you think the way they are getting along now is very similar to the way Brother Wolf and Fire Dance used to get along? Madman transmitted his voice. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he said in surprise, don't tell me you think the two of them. I think that's the trend. Madman secretly said. This, Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin from the corner of his eyes. Don't joke around, how could the two of them be together? Moreover, Fire Dance would not allow it. After a while, the young man and woman in front entered the mountain next to them. The young man was very excited, as if something exciting was about to happen. Qin Feiyang's group of 5 followed them all the way, their faces full of suspicion. Finally, the young man and woman entered a small forest. Seeing that there was no one around, the young man immediately turned around and hugged the woman. Young Master Li, what are you doing? The woman's cheeks turned red, and she immediately struggled, but it looked like she was resisting. Shameless. Long Qin immediately turned his head. The corners of Qin Feiyang's and the others' mouths twitched slightly. They came so far just to do this. Young people really knew how to play. You don't say. This wilderness is really a little exciting. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he said to himself, why don't you bring Fire Dance to try it sometime? Good idea. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at him in shock. Long Chen was also speechless. Long Qin's face was full of disdain, needless to say. He was really shameless. Couples should add some fun to their lives. Only then will it be interesting. However, single dogs like you and your sister will never be able to experience it. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Get lost. Long Chen, who had a good temper, could not help but stare at the white-eyed wolf angrily. This was too simple and too demoralizing. Single dogs. Who are you looking down on? Believe it or not, I can bring a woman here at any time. During the conversation, the young man and woman were already hugging each other, completely immersed in love. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Who is it? This dry cough struck the two of them as if they were struck by lightning, and they immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the concealment technique disappeared. The few of them immediately appeared in the void. That, Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and said apologetically, I'm really sorry to disturb you. But you really know how to have fun. Aren't you afraid of being seen by others? You don't understand. They want this kind of excitement. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The woman in red was very panicked. She hid behind the young man and hurriedly tidied up her dress. The young man was very calm. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and saw that they were all unfamiliar faces, and their cultivation was only half a step away from dominating. He tidied up his clothes and said, "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak. The young man said again, "Do you know who I am? How dare you ruin my fun? Kneel down and apologize to me immediately. Dig out your eyeballs, and I will spare your lives." The tone of his voice was also overbearing. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Was he that arrogant? They hadn't even spoken, but he wanted them to kneel down and dig out their eyeballs. "Young Master Li, you can't let them go," the woman said in a panic. "I know." The young man nodded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "Do you need me to repeat myself?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the woman suspiciously. Why was she so flustered? Why did it feel like she was cheating? "You look so arrogant. Dare I ask, who are you?" Frenzy looked at the young man in confusion, like a curious child. The young man was stunned. The woman was also stunned. There was someone in Bright Moon City who didn't know who he was. When he came back to his senses, the young man's face suddenly had a trace of pride. He said, "I heard that I am the son of Bright Moon City's city lord, Li Aotian. So it's young Master Li, sorry for the disrespect." Frenzy hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled flatteringly. Seeing Frenzy's attitude, Li Aotian immediately became proud. The son of the city lord is indeed powerful. We can't afford to offend him. Let's go. You can continue. Just pretend we were never here. The white-eyed wolf turned around and pushed Qin Feiyang and the others. "You want to leave after seeing us? Kneel down." Li Aotian was really arrogant. He pressed down on the white-eyed wolf's shoulder, and a powerful force surged. He had the cultivation of a peak dominator. Therefore, he was very confident that with this press, the white-eyed wolf would definitely kneel on the ground in a sorry state. However, things went far beyond his expectations. The white-eyed wolf was like Mount Tai. He didn't move at all. Chapter 4057. Li Aotian raised his eyebrows and increased his strength, but the white-eyed wolf was still as steady as Mount Tai. How could this be? Li Aotian was bewildered. But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf slowly turned around and looked at Li Aotian with a grin. "What do you want to do?" This smile made Li Aotian's scalp go numb, as if he had hit an iron plate, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Qin Feiyang and the others also had a playful smile on their faces. Even the geniuses like Ryuko wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of them. A mere city lord's son dared to provoke them? This courage was worthy of praise. "You're not just a half-step dominator. Who are you? Let me tell you, don't be presumptuous in front of me, or else there will never be a place for you in Hao Yu City." Li Aotian threatened as he protected the woman and slowly retreated, preparing to escape. "Do we need a place like this?" The white-eyed wolf disdainfully stepped forward and grabbed Li Aotian's neck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the white-eyed wolf's claws. Now he was finally sure that he had hit an iron plate. Seeing this, the woman turned around and ran. Madman took a step forward and blocked the woman's path, laughing, "You'd better stay here obediently." Looking at Madman's devilish smile, the woman was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Qin Feiyang walked to the ingrate's side, looked at Li Aotian and said with a smile, "Originally, we just wanted to ask you about some things, but you just had to be so arrogant with us, so I can only apologize." "What is it?" "Ask, I will definitely answer truthfully. Please don't kill me." Li Aotian's face changed as he shouted in horror. "No need. I'll find the answer myself." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a puppet imprint appeared and entered Li Aotian's head. At the same time, Long Chen also waved his hand and a soundproof barrier appeared. A scream sounded. However, due to the soundproof barrier, no sound could be heard from the outside. After controlling Li Aotian, Qin Feiyang began to read his memories. Reading memories was a very painful process. Li Aotian's screams were heart-wrenching. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang finally withdrew his gaze, his eyebrows full of shock. What's the relationship between them? The white-eyed wolf was in high spirits. "Why are you so nosy?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. I'm just curious. The white-eyed wolf snickered. This woman is a dancer from the city lord's mansion. The son of the city lord already has a wife. But the two of them have been secretly hooking up for a long time. Furthermore, this person's wife is the pearl in the palm of the Wang family of Haoyu City. The Wang family is extremely wealthy. The reason why his father could become the city lord of Haoyu City was all thanks to the support of the Wang family. So because of this, he is usually very domineering. If his wife knew that he was hooking up with a dancer around him, she would definitely not let him off easily. So when she saw that we saw their adultery, she wanted to kill him to silence him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Li Aotian had already woken up from the severe pain. When he heard these words, he immediately looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. How did he know so clearly? Then what about the other things about the Divine Kingdom? Long Chen secretly asked. As a person of the Divine Kingdom, he definitely knows the basic situation of the Divine Kingdom. However, he doesn't know much about the situation of the geniuses like Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. He hasn't even seen these geniuses with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it's still worthless. Frenzy frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, so we need to find someone with a higher status and stronger strength than him. Maybe only then can we get useful information. Stronger than him, higher status than him, Long Chen and the others murmured. Suddenly, they looked at Li Aotian at the same time. Higher status and stronger than this person. Wasn't it this person's father, the city lord of Haoyu City? I have a plan. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and secretly said, let him go. With the character of this playboy, he will definitely bring his father to us for revenge. I have the same idea. Long Chen secretly smiled. White-eyed wolf also released Li Aotian and coldly snorted, don't let me see you again, and don't think about taking revenge on us. With your little ability, it's not enough. Get lost. He deliberately said this to provoke Li Aotian. For this kind of playboy, the more you say this, the more he will take revenge on you. Long Chen also waved his hand, and the soundproof enchantment dissipated. Yes, yes, yes. I definitely won't take revenge. Li Aotian nodded repeatedly, turned around and pulled the woman, and fled in panic. Long Qin looked at the back of the two, his eyes flashing, and said, I'm going for a stroll. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to respond, he disappeared without a trace. Where did she go? White-eyed wolf was stunned. Didn't you say that? She's going for a stroll. Since you're so concerned, why don't you go with her? Frenzy looked at him teasingly. As her brother, you don't care. Why should I, an outsider, care? White-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Long Chen was helpless. Everything could be related to him. Young city lord, what should we do? They will definitely spread the news about us. At that time, not only will your reputation be ruined, I will definitely not be able to escape death. In the forest. The woman in red looked at Li Aotian worriedly. Li Aotian's eyes were gloomy. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, so you must die. As long as you die, there will be no evidence. What? The woman in red's eyes trembled. Before she could react, Li Aotian killed her. She didn't even have time to scream before she died. I don't want to kill you, but I have no choice. I have to protect myself. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Li Aotian looked at the woman lying in a pool of blood, his face full of pain. Then, with a wave of his hand, a large pit appeared on the ground. After burying the woman, he flew back to Haoyu City without looking back. Not long after Li Aotian left, Long Qin walked out from behind a big tree, looked at the place where the woman was buried, and snorted, what a scumbag. After a while, Long Qin returned to Qin Feiyang and the others. What's wrong? Why do you look so angry? Long Chen looked at his sister in confusion. Long Qin looked at Long Chen, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and frowned. Are you men all scumbags? Huh. The four of them looked at each other. What was going on? They didn't seem to have offended her. Long Chen was also very depressed. If you said that white-eyed wolf was a scumbag, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But to say that your brother was a scumbag, that was a bit too much. As his sister, how could you not know whether I was a scumbag or not? It was really strange. Come, come, come. Drink some wine and calm down. Men shouldn't lower themselves to the same level as women. White-Eyed Wolf took out 3 jars of unparalleled divine wine, threw one to Lunatic, and the other to Long Chen. Long Chen didn't like to drink either. But he didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it in his universe ring. Then, he took out a tea table, a tea set, and a chair, and leisurely made tea. When he saw the tea leaves Long Chen took out, Qin Feiyang's eyes immediately lit up. Long Chen took out a tea leaf, but this tea leaf was bright and green, like jade. And before it started to brew, it emitted a strong tea fragrance, making people feel as if they were standing in the green mountains and rivers, and integrated with the breath of nature. This is divine tea. He immediately went up to it, his eyes shining. Oh no, I was careless. Long Chen's eyelids twitched. How could he take out the divine tea in front of this person? White-Eyed Wolf was stunned, and then sneakily went up to Qin Feiyang and said, "Little Qin Zi, I forgot to tell you, White-Eyed Wolf, shut up." Before White-Eyed Wolf could finish, Long Chen glared at him fiercely. "You told me to shut up, so I will shut up." White-Eyed Wolf sneered, ignoring Long Chen's fierce eyes, and said with a smile, "When you were comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death in the Shen family village, I went to his space divine item. Guess what I saw?" "What?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "What a big tea garden. And most of it is divine tea, and there is more than one kind." White-Eyed Wolf snickered. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Long Chen and said unhappily, "Brother Long, you are not honest. How can you not share good things with us?" "Ahem," Long Chen coughed, and he looked very unnatural. "Why don't you take me to your tea garden for sightseeing?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Sightseeing?" Long Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. "You are not sightseeing, are you? You are going to rob." Very decisive. He took out 2 cans of tea leaves and handed them to Qin Feiyang. "How can I accept this?" Although he said that, his hands were not polite at all, and he took the 2 cans of tea leaves with a smile. One of the cans was the divine tea Long Chen was brewing. The other was a kind of snow-white tea, like the petals of the snow lotus, crystal clear. Glazed jade leaf, moonlight snow sprout. Like the ancient dragon god tea, only one piece at a time. Too much and it won't taste good. These 2 cans of tea leaves add up to at least £1. It will be enough for you for a long time." Long Chen looked at the 2 cans of tea leaves with heartache. Thank you, thank you." Qin Feiyang was full of smiles, but then he changed the topic and said with a frown, "No matter how much tea leaves there will be a day when we finish them all." Long Chen was pouring tea. When he heard this, his arm trembled slightly, and he said with a dark face, "Come and find me after you finish drinking. I will give them to you, as long as you don't have any ideas about my tea trees. You are indeed a good friend. I didn't make you a friend for nothing." Qin Feiyang laughed and quickly put away the 2 cans of tea leaves. He sat opposite Long Chen and looked at the teacup expectantly. "You didn't make me a friend for nothing, but I feel that you are a little careless in making friends." Long Chen shook his head helplessly. After pouring the tea, he pushed 1 cup in front of Qin Feiyang and took the other cup himself. He put it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. The fragrance of the tea hit his nose, and he suddenly felt much better. Chapter 4058. White-Eyed Wolf. Lunatic drank wine. Qin Feiyang and Long Chen drank tea. Long Qin sat by the side, looking at these stinky men in front of him. The aroma of tea and wine drifted in all directions, attracting many people and beasts to watch. What is this situation? They are actually sitting in the deep mountains and drinking tea. A bunch of lunatics. Soon, streams of powerful auras surged over. This is the city lord's aura. The surrounding people and beasts' pupils immediately shrank as they looked up at the sky. In just a blink of an eye, a group of people descended from the sky. Leading them were 2 middle-aged men. One of them was wearing a discolored robe. His body was thin with white hair on both sides of his temples. His whole body exuded a shocking sense of oppression. The other was a burly man with a height of about 2 meters. He was like a giant, exuding a valiant aura. Next to the two was a young man. It was Li Aotian. At this moment, he was very proud. His face was full of contempt. However, when he saw Qin Feiyang and the other 4 leisurely sitting below drinking tea and drinking wine, he was furious. Behind the 3 of them was a group of guards. The aura emitted by each of them was quite extraordinary. Are they here for these lunatics? The onlookers and beasts immediately began to retreat with a strange look in their eyes. It seemed that these lunatics were deliberately waiting for the City Lord Mansion's people. Moreover, facing the City Lord, they didn't panic at all. They were really bold. This tea aroma, and this wine aroma. The City Lord looked at the teacups and wine jars in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others and couldn't help but salivate. This was definitely divine tea, no doubt divine brew. Father, it's them. Li Aotian came back to his senses and immediately pointed at Qin Feiyang and the other 4 and said angrily, "It's them." The City Lord was stunned and couldn't help but take a closer look at Qin Feiyang and the others. Even though the other party's appearance and disposition were ordinary, and his cultivation was only at half-step sovereign, the fact that he possessed the divine brew and divine tea, especially the divine tea, was something that even he, as a city lord, would rarely see. Without a doubt, the other party was no ordinary figure. "You're a guest. City Lord, why don't you come down for a drink?" Madman looked up at the City Lord with a mocking smile. Something's wrong. When the City Lord saw the smile on the madman's face, his eyes darkened. The 5 people in front of him were definitely not as simple as they seemed. "Are you not coming down? Then I'll invite you down." Madman's eyes flashed coldly. However, before he could make a move, Long Qin suddenly soared into the air. He no longer concealed his cultivation, and the aura of a consummate sovereign destroyed everything in his path. As expected, he was hiding his cultivation. The City Lord's pupils shrank. However, what surprised him even more had yet to appear. Long Qin waved his hand, and the ultimate profundities of the 4 supreme laws instantly appeared. The surrounding void collapsed crazily, and the ground below was also torn apart, revealing deep abyss. What? The ultimate profundities of the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, not only the onlookers and beasts, but even the City Lord, the burly man, and the group of guards behind him had a change of expression. Li Aotian's body also trembled. He never thought that this was actually such a terrifying powerhouse. "This sister of mine is really a bit strange today." Long Chen protected the tea table and looked up at Long Qin suspiciously. "I don't know what kind of epilepsy she has." The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Long Chen's veins popped out as he said angrily, "She's my sister, can't you give her some face? I really can't stay with this white-eyed wolf too often, otherwise, I'll go crazy sooner or later." "Ha," the white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. "In the sky? What kind of trouble have you caused me?" The City Lord glared at Li Aotian fiercely and looked at Long Qin with a smile. "I'm really sorry. My son is young and insensible. If he has offended you, I hope you can forgive him." After saying that, he even kicked the burly man next to him. The burly man was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the City Lord's eyes, he immediately understood. He quickly looked at Long Qin and said with a flattering smile, "We're here to apologize." Apologize? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. These 2 people really knew how to steer according to the wind. They obviously came to settle accounts with them, but when they saw Long Qin's strength, they immediately changed their words. Not to mention other things, just their ability to adapt to the situation was really amazing. Long Qin was also stunned. But in the next moment, a trace of contempt crept up in his eyes. To put it nicely, it was a strong ability to adapt. To put it bluntly, it was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. This kind of person was a waste of food to live. Run. Looking at the killing intent in Long Qin's eyes, the City Lord immediately shouted angrily. The burly man next to him waved his hand, rolled up a group of people, and began to turn around and flee in an instant. Humph! Long Qin coldly snorted and chased after him. He grabbed Li Aotian's hair and pulled hard, tearing off his scalp. He instantly became a bloody man, holding his bloody head and howling miserably. So cruel. White-eyed wolf and lunatic felt their scalps go numb. His entire scalp was pulled off. This was torture. Bitch, you're courting death. The city lord roared. A wave of death lore surged out. The 18 layers of hell instantly appeared in the sky and rushed toward Long Qin. Damn it. A city lord actually mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest lore. Lunatic muttered. Thinking about it, in the sky cloud realm, those who mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest lore were respected by the world and were high and mighty. But in the divine kingdom, they were reduced to city lords. The city lord looked very impressive. But in fact, their status in the divine kingdom was not even as high as the young people of Jiang Yunshuang. If they were in the sky cloud realm, it would definitely be a waste of talent. You're overestimating yourself. Long Qin's face was full of disdain. The 4 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound crushed the sky with the power to destroy the world. No, the city lord screamed in despair. Don't kill him. Qin Feiyang immediately stood up. Long Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and snorted. He crushed the city lord's Qi with a palm strike and then kicked him. The city lord was like a rubber ball, smashing at the feet of Qin Feiyang and the others. However, she didn't let Li Aotian go. She grabbed Li Aotian's head and exerted a little force. Li Aotian screamed in pain and his head exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Little Chen, did your sister take the wrong medicine today? White-eyed wolf's back was drenched in cold sweat. This woman who had gone crazy could not be described with the word scary. She didn't take her medicine. Long Chen was also a bit dumbfounded. He instinctively replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, he reacted and glared at White-eyed Wolf. You're the one who's taking medicine. Don't argue with me. I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Your sister is not normal today. I have to stay away from her. White-eyed Wolf swallowed his saliva. This was a cruel tigress. The brawny man and the group of guards were scared out of their wits. They didn't care about the father and son's life and death. Long Qin waved his hand and the 4 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound attacked. Ah! Along with the miserable screams, the group of people died one after another. Blood splashed across the sky. Immediately, Long Qin landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 immediately took a step back. Including Long Chen. At this moment, he was afraid of his sister. What are you doing? I'm not going to kill you. Long Qin rolled his eyes. You're so aggressive. Who wouldn't be afraid when they see you? Long Chen smiled bitterly. I just want to tell you scumbags that women are not easy to bully. Long Qin smiled proudly, exhaled, and said, I'm finally relieved. Hearing the word scumbag again, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at each other. What happened to him? Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Haoyu City again. Long Chen shivered and hurriedly put away the tea table and chairs. He picked up the dying city lord and said, It's too big. Let's retreat. After saying that, he opened a space-time passage and the group of 5 rushed in like lightning. Who are they? They even dare to kill the people of the city lord's mansion? They're crazy. They even kidnapped the city lord. If he was kidnapped by them, he would definitely be in grave danger. The onlookers and beasts were all shocked. This was the first time in the history of the divine kingdom to attack the city lord's mansion. Whoosh. Soon, another group of people rushed over. Among them, there was a woman in her 20s. She wore a long golden dress, and her expression was rather cold. She gave people a feeling of nobility and elegance. Aotian. But, when she saw Li Aotian's headless body, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. She hurriedly went down to check. After identification, it was indeed Li Aotian. Who did it? Immediately, a terrifying aura rolled out with her as the center. The people who came with the woman in golden clothes also immediately looked at the onlookers and beasts. It has nothing to do with us. It's these 5 people who killed them. The city lord was also taken away by them. A middle-aged man waved his hand and the shadows of Qin Feiyang and the other 4 appeared. The woman in golden clothes looked at the 5 shadows. She didn't recognize them at all. Then, she looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Where did they go?" "I don't know. They opened a space-time passage and left. And this woman has mastered 4 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest law." The middle-aged man shook his head. "What? 4 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest law?" The group suddenly had a change of expression. This kind of person definitely had a background. But their city lord's mansion didn't seem to have provoked such a strong person. No matter how strong they are, they must die. "All of you return to the city lord's mansion immediately and order everyone to go out and search for these 5 people. Also, make a trip to the Wang family and find my father. Ask him to bring people to help." The woman said coldly. "Yes." The group of people responded respectfully and turned around to rush toward Haoyu City at lightning speed. "No matter who you are, don't even think about escaping from my palm. I want you to pay with your blood." The woman looked at the sky and murmured. Then, she picked up Li Aotian's body, turned around, and stepped into the sky. Chapter 4059. In the sky above a mountain. A group of people walked out of a space-time tunnel. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. "Qin, what's going on with you today? Don't scare me." Long Chen was very concerned about his sister. "It's nothing. I just saw that Li Aotian hooked up with other women even though he already had a wife. He even killed that dancer ruthlessly to protect his reputation." Long Qin's eyes were full of disgust. "So that's what happened." Long Chen suddenly understood. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked, "He killed that dancer?" "Yes. I saw it with my own eyes." Long Qin said. "That's indeed a bit too much." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "Anyway, none of you stinky men are good. You're all eating from the bowl and looking at the pot." Long Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, including Long Chen, and scolded them together. "Ahem." Long Chen coughed a few times and looked at Long Qin with an aggrieved expression. "Sister, your words are very unfair to me. I don't even have any in my bowl, so where am I supposed to find some in my pot?" "Yes. If you want to scold him, at least let him have a bowl first." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Shut up." Long Chen glared at him. He really regretted coming to the Divine Kingdom with this wolf cub. They didn't have much contact before, so he didn't feel anything. But now that they were together, he really felt a headache. He didn't know how long they would be together. How would he live in the future? He was now more and more impressed with Qin Feiyang. He could actually get along with the white-eyed wolf for so many years and didn't die of anger. Okay. If you say that Li Aotian is a scumbag, we won't object. But if you say that we are scumbags, then we have to reserve our opinions." Qin Feiyang said. "Yes. You can't beat all the men in the world to death because of such a scum." Lunatic was also very helpless. "Anyway, we're all the same." Long Qin snorted coldly. Okay, I'm scared of you." Lunatic raised his hands and surrendered. And he looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He didn't realize that this woman had such a cute side. Then, he looked at the city lord. The city lord's face was filled with horror as he asked, "What do you want to do?" "I'm the city lord of Haoyu City. If you touch me, it's equivalent to offending Lord Supreme." "I don't know him." "How could I know him?" "However, all the cities in Scandinavia are under the control of Lord Utmost Exalt. Naturally, I am his subordinate," the city lord said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. "You'd better let me go quickly. At that time, I can still plead for you in front of Lord Sovereign. Otherwise, you'll die." The city lord thought that Qin Feiyang had been intimidated by Lord Sovereign, so he couldn't help but become bolder. "Plead? You must be joking. Not to mention that Lord Sovereign isn't here now. Even if he is here now, he can only take a detour when he sees us." Lunatic's face was full of disdain. "What?" The city lord was shocked. Such a big tone. No one in the Divine Kingdom dared to say such disrespectful words. Could it be, suddenly? His eyes trembled as he looked up at Qin Feiyang's group in surprise. He heard that there were a few young monsters in the Sky Cloud domain who came to the Divine Kingdom. Could it be these people in front of him? But Qin Feiyang didn't give him a chance to guess. The puppet mark appeared and disappeared into the city lord's head. The city lord howled miserably. The city lord's age was much older than Li Aotian, so the memory he had was not something Li Aotian could compare with. After an entire day, Qin Feiyang finished reading. Moreover, this was still the key memory. If all the memories were to be read, it would take at least 8 years. How is it? Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Although this person has never seen those monsters, he knows more information than Li Aotian. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's good. Long Chen nodded and said with a smile, then let's go to the Black Tortoise world and talk slowly. Okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shattered the city lord's head and soul before leading the four into the Black Tortoise world. In the tea garden, Qin Feiyang made tea while scanning the tea garden, his face full of regret. Although the tea garden was large, it was a pity that there was no divine tea tree. He didn't need too many. He would be satisfied if there were dozens or hundreds of them. I'll say it again, don't have any ideas about my tea trees. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang warily. Don't worry. I'm not such an immoral person. Qin Feiyang chuckled. If it was other aspects, Long Chen believed it. But when it came to tea trees, especially divine tea, he didn't believe that Qin Feiyang didn't have any ulterior motives. Because Qin Feiyang didn't have any other hobbies but tea, he definitely coveted the divine tea trees in his tea garden. Why don't you be more generous and give little Qin Zi 2 tea trees of each variety? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. In your dreams. I spent a lot of effort to get those tea trees from my father. Even if you give me the inheritance of an ultimate profound, I won't exchange it. Long Chen pursed his lips. The white-eyed wolf couldn't understand. He didn't even want to exchange the inheritance of an ultimate profound. Was the tea really that delicious? Tell me. Long Chen quickly changed the topic. He didn't want her to really grab him and snatch his tea tree as she spoke. Let's talk about the structure of the Divine Kingdom first. The Divine Kingdom also has 5 continents, which are the East, South, West, and North continents, as well as the Central Dynasty. The South continent is the territory of the Protoss. The West continent is the territory of the human race. The North continent is the territory of the purple gold divine dragon. The East continent is the territory of the Orc race and the Sea race. Qin Feiyang said. The Sea race. Long Chen and the others were stunned. Why was there another race? From the memories of this city lord, I learned that the Sea race is a kind of creature that lives in the sea, similar to the mermaid race of our great Qin. And the ruler of the Sea race is known as Neptune. It is said that his strength is comparable to the king, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race. However, the Sea race is relatively low-key. Other than the East continent, it is usually difficult to see them in the other 3 continents. Qin Feiyang introduced. Damn, comparable to the king and the others. This is not good news. The madman's eyes darkened. Yes, the foundation of the Divine Kingdom is beyond imagination. In addition to the Sea race in the East continent, the Orc race is also very terrifying. It is said that the ruler of the Orc race, the sovereign beast, is also an extremely terrifying existence. Qin Feiyang sighed. There is also a sovereign beast. How many powerhouses are hidden in the Divine Kingdom? The white-eyed wolf frowned. I don't know. Although this city lord has mastered the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, his status is only the same as the city lords of the major cities in the Sky Cloud realm. As for the major giants, these city lords only know of their existence, but they don't know the details at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What about the Central Dynasty? Long Chen asked. The Central Dynasty is even more mysterious. In the memories of this city lord, there is no relevant information. He only knows that there is a Central Dynasty in the Divine Kingdom. And the location of the Central Dynasty is right in the center of the Divine Kingdom. It is similar to the Sky Cloud Island in our Sky Cloud realm. Qin Feiyang said. So mysterious. At first, I thought that this meant that the Central Dynasty is the land of the purple gold divine dragons. The white-eyed wolf was shocked. It is indeed a bit unbelievable. Long Chen nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then where are we now? The West Continent, the territory of the human race. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf asked curiously, are there humans in the other continents? Definitely. Apart from the East Continent and the Central Dynasty, humans are all over the Divine Kingdom. As for the East Continent, humans are not allowed to set foot there because of the beast race and the oceanic race. As for the Central Dynasty, I don't know what it is like. However, the supremacy of the human race lives in the West Continent, so the West Continent is regarded as the headquarters of the human race. Qin Feiyang said. In other words, although the monarch, the divine king, and the supremacy of the human race each rule a continent, the people under them can freely go to the other continents. Long Chen asked. Yes. Of course. The monarch is another matter. Because he is the emperor of the divine kingdom. The current leader of the purple gold divine dragons is Lord Ji. Qin Feiyang said. Lord Ji, that bastard. I'll destroy him sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the young man in the Tianyun realm, they would have died in the hands of Lord Ji. Long Chen drank his tea and smiled at Qin Feiyang. Since you already know where the violet gold divine dragon race's ancestral land is, do you, a descendant of the violet gold divine dragon race, want to go take a look? Yes. It's really your ancestral land for you. Long Qin also looked at Qin Feiyang with a teasing smile. Ancestral land? Did you make a mistake? If you really want to calculate, the ancestral land of the Qin clan should be the human emperor's hometown. Isn't the human emperor's hometown in the Tianyun realm? So strictly speaking, the Tianyun realm is the ancestral land of the Qin clan. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile. Long Chen said, you can't say that. The princess of the divine kingdom is also your ancestor. Her ancestral land is also your ancestral land. What do you mean? You want me to go to the purple gold divine dragon's ancestral land so badly? Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen suspiciously. I just want to go and see how many people there are in the purple gold divine dragon's ancestral land. Long Chen said with a smile. Boring. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. So should we stay in the West Continent and hunt the human prodigies, or the North Continent and the South Continent and hunt the prodigies of the divine race and the purple gold divine race? White-eyed wolf asked. Qin Feiyang sipped his tea and looked at Long Chen with a smile. Brother Long, what do you think? My opinion, Long Chen pondered for a while and said, let's go to the South Continent and hunt the prodigies of the divine race. Why? Long Qin looked at Long Chen in confusion. They were now in the territory of the human race. Why would they go to the South Continent? Chapter 4060. Think about it carefully. With your brain, you should be able to figure it out. Long Chen smiled. Hearing this, Long Qin lowered her head and began to ponder. Going to kill the god race's heaven's pride, human race, god race, sea race, beast race, purple gold divine dragon race. The white-eyed wolf looked at her playfully and said, Brother has already figured it out, but you still can't figure it out. It seems that you are the stupidest one. Shut up. Long Qin glared at him fiercely. Actually, it's very simple. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Long Qin stopped Qin Feiyang and said, don't say it. If I don't figure it out today, I will kill myself here. Don't. If you do this, we will have to pay a coffin price. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Long Qin was so angry that her face and neck turned red. What kind of man was this? He had no sympathy at all. I'm not angry. I'll endure it. A good woman doesn't fight with a bad man, she kept telling herself, trying to calm herself down. After pondering for a while, suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Long Chen and asked, Brother, is it related to the human race's supreme master? Go on. Long Chen smiled. Long Qin pondered for a while and said, because we want to cooperate with the human race's supreme master, so at this time, if we go to kill the human race's heaven's pride, it may arouse his disgust. That's right. I told you, you can think of it. Long Chen nodded. His eyes were full of admiration. It's not difficult. Long Qin looked at the white-eyed wolf proudly. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said, it took you so long to figure it out, and you still have the nerve to be proud. If I were you, I would find a brick and kill myself. You, Long Chen suddenly stood up. Stop, stop. Long Chen hurriedly got up to appease Long Chen, and at the same time stared at the white-eyed wolf. Why did they look more and more like a pair of enemies? Could it be that the demon ancestor was right? No, no. If this wolf cub became his brother-in-law, wouldn't he be angered to death in the future? In short, you are not allowed to kill human sky prides before negotiating with the human race's sovereign. As for the negotiations, there's no hurry. After all, apart from Qin Feiyang, we have yet to show our worth. Long Chen said. You must be joking. Your god's domain, little lunatic seal of all evil and blood eye, and my battle soul to protect your sister. Isn't that enough to show our value? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Yeah. Look at my fighting soul. If it weren't for me, would they have been able to find Dong Zhengyang's old enemy? If it weren't for me, would you have been able to escape from the tunnel? This time, the biggest reason why you were able to successfully enter the divine kingdom was because of me. Long Chen said. Could it be that he was standing with the white-eyed wolf? Yes, 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 you're the best. Long Chen's face was full of love as he looked at the white-eyed wolf and sighed. Our fighting soul and the root of all evil are indeed powerful, but after all, we haven't grasped the will of heaven. That's right. In the past, I thought that grasping the ultimate meaning of the strongest law would make one invincible, but now I know that the will of heaven is truly powerful. For example, if I can grasp the will of heaven, coupled with the root of all evil, I'm confident that I can defeat the divine king of the god race. Lunatic said. The white-eyed wolf and Long Chen couldn't help but nod. The will of heaven is indeed powerful, but the power of faith is even stronger. A mere sword of faith can crush 3,000 gods' domains, including the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death with the will of heaven. The young man is right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. We must develop the black tortoise world quickly. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the black tortoise world, his eyes full of yearning. It's easy to say. Even if we snatch a large number of soul lines and crystal veins from the divine kingdom, the growth of the black tortoise world will still take a long time. Lunatic shook his head. But if we don't do it now and delay it until later, it will only drag us further and further away. How about this? Let's first plunder the crystal veins and soul lines in the West continent. Firstly, we can strengthen the black tortoise world, and secondly, we can cause a huge commotion. At that time, the experts of the god race will definitely come to the West continent to encircle us. At that time, we can take the opportunity to enter the nest of the god race. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Okay. But there's a prerequisite. We can't harm the innocent and anger the human sovereign. Long Chen nodded. That's a must. We'll only plunder the crystal veins and soul lines. We'll leave after plundering them. There's one more thing. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and asked, what do Dong Zhengyang's old enemies look like? Long Chen waved his hand, and 3 men and 2 women appeared. One of the men and the woman had the mark of the god race between their eyebrows. They were obviously from the god race. The other 2 men and 1 woman were no different from the human race. All 3 of them are from the human race? Lunatic frowned. No. This man is from the purple gold divine dragon clan. Long Chen pointed at a young man in a purple robe. This person was tall and straight, about 20 years old, and had an extraordinary temperament. At the corner of his eye, there was a more obvious black mole the size of a mung bean. Long Chen explained, at that time, I heard their secret conversation. This person seems to be called Ji Shaoi, Ji Yunhai's grandson. Ji Yunhai's grandson? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. It was really a small world for enemies. White-eyed Wolf asked, what is Ji Shaoi's battle soul? I don't know. They didn't talk about these things. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen asked, Brother Qin, is there any relevant information about these people in the City Lord's memory? There is some, but not much. At present, including Jiang Yunshuang, the Divine Kingdom has 6 possessors of the strongest battle soul. Qin Feiyang pondered. 6, your and demon ancestors' battle souls have successfully evolved. Excluding your Eye of Heaven and Eye of Despair, there are still 8 strongest battle souls left. The possessors of these 8 strongest battle souls are Qin Batian, Lu Zhangyang, Mu Tianyang, Lu Zhangyang, Mu Qing, Mermaid Princess, Lin Yi, and Lu Jiajin. Now, the Divine Kingdom has 6 possessors of the strongest battle souls. In other words, there are still 2 possessors of the strongest battle souls that have not appeared. Lunatic said. Hearing Lunatic's words, Long Chen's expression seemed a little unnatural. Big cousin, Qin Feiyang murmured, looked up at Long Chen, and frowned. Your father and the sky-swallowing beast said that my cousin and the inner demons are not dead, but why haven't they appeared yet? How would I know? Long Chen smiled bitterly. Could it be that they are fooling me? Qin Feiyang frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Long Chen shook his head. As such a powerful existence, there was no need to make up such a lie. I hope so. Qin Feiyang sighed, got up, and said, we still have to start with the Protoss first. Who told them to have 3 possessors of the strongest battle souls? Madman also chuckled. Then how are you going to thank me? Long Qin looked at the 2. If she hadn't overheard these things, Qin Feiyang and the others wouldn't have been able to seize the initiative at all. Let the white-eyed wolf repay you with his body. The madman rolled his eyes and chuckled. Long Qin was stunned, and suddenly his face darkened, and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Yes. Are you trying to find something to say? Just this woman, I don't want her. The white-eyed wolf stared at Lunatic. Bastard. Long Qin was immediately burning with anger. Who do you think you are? You want this lady to pay you? The situation is tense, run. Seeing that the situation was not good, the white-eyed wolf immediately fled. Stop right there. Long Qin chased after him angrily. Qin. Seeing this, Long Chen immediately shouted anxiously, but Long Qin turned a deaf ear. Madman chuckled and said, they are all young people, just let them be. If they don't fight, they won't be close. Old Qin, don't you agree? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This senior brother really wanted to see the world in chaos. A row of black lines appeared on Long Chen's forehead. It seemed that this lunatic wanted to play matchmaker. Then, let's take action first. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 and said with a smile. If you want to loot the spirit vein and crystal vein, you 2 can go. I still have something to do. After Long Chen said that, he glanced at the Devil's Land and asked, can I stay here? Whatever. Qin Feiyang opened his mouth and asked suspiciously, but, what are you going to do? Keep it a secret first. Long Chen smiled mysteriously and flew alone to the south of the Devil's Land. The south was full of medicine fields, and very few people went there, so it was particularly quiet. What is he going to do? Lunatic was puzzled. It should be the inheritance of the ultimate profound. Qin Feiyang guessed. It's so comfortable to have a powerful father. Lunatic looked envious. Don't be jealous. Don't you have an inheritance now? But I really have to thank Ice Dragon for what happened recently. Qin Feiyang sighed. His heart was very complicated. Yes. If it weren't for his help, facing the inheritance of 15 ultimate profound of the death law, we would have to suffer in silence. Moreover, whether it was in the Western continent or here, it was because of their help that we were able to escape. Lunatic nodded. But my hatred for him just can't be dispelled. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and shook his head. Let's not think about these annoying things first. Let's go. Let's start with How You City. Hee hee. Lunatic bared his teeth. Swish. Both of them appeared outside. The headless body of the city lord was still there. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and buried the body. Then, Lunatic opened a space-time tunnel and the 2 of them walked in one after another. Just as the 2 of them left, 2 guards came to the sky above this mountain. Divine sense covered the sky and earth, covering all directions. Very soon, they found the city lord buried at the bottom and hurriedly flew over to dig up, defying the heavens. After carefully observing for a moment, their eyes trembled slightly. That's right. This was the city lord. Sure enough, he had met with misfortune. At that moment, they took out a voice transmission stone and reported this matter. How You City. City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. In a hall, a woman wearing a golden spear sat on top, holding a voice transmission stone in her hand. The city lord is also dead. Below, the 4 guards couldn't help but turn pale. Chapter 4061. The woman glanced at the 4 commanders before looking at the left side of the hall. There was a white-haired old man sitting there with his eyes closed as if he was resting. "Father, can you say something? Don't keep silent, okay?" Her words were filled with anxiety and anger. The 4 commanders also looked at the white-haired old man and said flatteringly, "Old Master Wang, now that the city lord isn't here, you are the backbone of our Haoyu city. You can't just sit there and do nothing. Moreover, you are related to the city lord by marriage, and the young city lord is your son-in-law." Old man Wang slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the 4 commanders with an extremely cold expression. But when he looked at the woman, a trace of affection appeared in his eyes. He sighed, "Misfortune never comes alone. Who did this father and son offend? I don't know. But even if they offended someone, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen." The woman frowned. "That's right. The city lord has a high status. Who would have the guts to touch him?" The 4 commanders nodded. Old Master Wang also felt that it made sense. He suddenly asked, could it be that they did something wrong and angered the higher-ups? The higher-ups? The woman and the 4 commanders were startled. It shouldn't be. Old Master Wang shook his head and rejected the idea. He muttered, "If it's really someone under the sovereign or someone from the god race, there's no need to hide to kill the father and son. They can just give the order." "Yes. It must be someone else." The woman nodded. "Killing the city lord is equivalent to offending the sovereign. Why are these people so bold?" Old Master Wang frowned. Boom. But at this moment, 2 powerful auras descended above the city. Immediately after, following a loud explosion, the spirit formation above the city shattered with a loud bang. "What's going on?" The 6 of them hurriedly ran out and looked up. They saw 2 young men standing in the sky. It was Qin Feiyang and Madman. "It's them." The woman's eyes turned cold. Old Master Wang looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman with shock in his eyes. Half-step sovereign realm cultivation had this ability. That's right. Qin Feiyang and Madman's cultivation were still suppressed to the half-step sovereign realm. The woman said in a low voice, "They've already broken the barrier. Doesn't this prove that they're hiding their strength?" Boom. His voice fell. The woman immediately took a step forward to meet Qin Feiyang and the man. "Hurry up and catch up." Old man Wang's face changed. He gave an order to the 4 commanders and rushed to the woman's side. At the same time, Madman and Qin Feiyang also looked down at the woman. "Who is it?" Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Li Aoqian's wife, the pearl of the Wang family, Wang Biyun. The one beside her is her father, the old master of the Wang family, who is also the current head of the Wang family." After reading the memories of the father and son, he was naturally familiar with them. "So it's them." Madman nodded in realization and laughed. "Hurry up, I'll go take care of them." "All right." Qin Feiyang smiled. Sweeping his eyes over the entire city, he said, "Leave Haoyu City immediately." His voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. What does he mean? He wants us to leave Haoyu City. What is he trying to do? Everyone was surprised. But the next moment, they panicked and fled out of the city. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The cause and effect law and the law of death surged out like a tide and poured into the city below. The city immediately began to crumble and crack. The aura of this law, yes, it has reached the level of the ultimate meaning. He actually mastered 2 ultimate profundities of supreme laws of nature. Everyone was shocked. Wang Biyun, the old master of the Wang family, and the 4 commanders also had a change of expression. "Keek, if you know what's good for you, quickly scram." Madman took a step in front of the 6 of them with a sinister smile on his face. "How dare you be so presumptuous after killing my father-in-law and husband?" Wang Biyun was furious. The law of sword surged out and the ultimate meaning instantly appeared in the sky. Fuck. Madman was dumbfounded. Li Aoqian's wife actually mastered the ultimate meaning. Although it was only the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law, it was still shocking enough. Because in the Sky Cloud realm, people like Elder Hua who ruled a continent didn't master the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law. The Divine Kingdom's strength was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, with just an ordinary law's ultimate meaning, they wanted to avenge Li Aotian and Elder Hua. What a joke! The ultimate meaning of the Law of Thunder was instantly activated. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the two ultimate meanings collided with a loud bang. It's only SOSO. Let's attack together. The four commanders looked at each other and activated an ordinary law's ultimate meaning one after another. All right. I admit that the Divine Kingdom is really strong. Madman looked at the four commanders and saw that each of them had grasped an ultimate profound. He immediately felt powerless. Fortunately, the Divine Kingdom didn't invade the Sky Cloud realm. Otherwise, the Sky Cloud realm's foundation wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the Divine Kingdom's teeth. Boom! At the same time, an aura of death emerged from the Wang family's old man's body. The 18 layers of hell appeared in an instant. The ultimate meaning of the law of death. Madman's eyes narrowed slightly. You dare to kill my son-in-law, you're really tired of living. Let me tell you, even if a god descends today, he won't be able to save you. The Wang family's old man said coldly. Boom. The ultimate meaning of the law of death, as well as the ultimate meaning of Wang Biyun and the four commanders, immediately charged towards Madman with the power to destroy the world. Look at how arrogant you are. Madman's face was full of disdain. Boom. The ultimate meaning of the law of death and the law of destruction instantly evolved. Accompanied by a loud bang, the 6 ultimate meanings were annihilated on the spot. What? He actually also mastered 2 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws. You guys, quickly escort Bu away. The Wang family's old man's face changed as he immediately looked at the 4 commanders and roared. The 4 commanders' faces were already pale. How could they dare to hesitate? He immediately took Wang Biyun and flew away without looking back. At the same time, the Wang family's old man looked outside the city and roared, "Quickly come and help." Boom. A series of terrifying auras burst out from his body. 4 figures broke through the air and landed beside the Wang family's old man. These people were all very old, but their auras were extremely powerful. Just the Wang family is hiding so many people with ultimate meaning of the strongest laws. Madman was stunned. How terrifying was the foundation of this divine kingdom? No matter how many ultimate meanings you have mastered, as long as there is no will of the heavenly Tao, you will undoubtedly die today. The Wang family's old man sneered. Boom. The 5 of them activated their ultimate meaning at the same time. They were all ultimate laws. At this moment, the city had completely collapsed. One by one, the spirit vein and crystal vein rose from the ground, each as huge as a mountain ridge. They are trying to snatch the spirit vein and crystal vein of our Haoyu city. Old man Wang, we can't let them succeed. The crowd in the distance roared. Although many people in Haoyu city had already stepped into the sovereign realm and didn't need the spirit vein and crystal vein, they all had descendants. Without the spirit vein and crystal vein, these descendants wouldn't be able to cultivate. In short, no matter where it was, the spirit vein and crystal vein were indispensable. Seeing this, the Wang family's old man and the other 4's faces were gloomy to the extreme. All the ultimate meanings were activated at the same time and charged toward Qin Feiyang in the sky. Do you think I am air? Madman raised his eyebrows. He only activated one ultimate meaning of the death law. The people of Haoyu City were puzzled. What's the situation with this person? There were 5 people on Old Man Wang's side, a total of 5 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws. You want to block 5 ultimate meanings of the strongest laws by activating one ultimate meaning of the strongest laws? You must be dreaming. In fact, Old Man Wang and the other 4's faces were full of ridicule. However, at the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The mark of all evil appeared between Madman's eyebrows. The power of the death law suddenly soared by a large margin, and the 18 levels of hell suppressed the 5 ultimate meanings, shattering them one by one. Impossible. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. What's going on? A single ultimate intent was actually able to fight to a draw with 5 ultimate intents. But Madman was very dissatisfied with this result. Because back then, Qin Feiyang's ultimate meaning of the life and death law could fight 1 against 6. But now, under the blessing of the origin of all evil, the 18 levels of hell could only fight 1 against 5. This meant that the power of the origin of all evil couldn't be compared to the ultimate meaning of the life and death law. He originally thought that the origin of all evil and the ultimate meaning of the life and death law should be on par, but he didn't expect the difference to be so big. Although the power of the two only differed by 1 ultimate meaning, when fighting, the difference was like heaven and earth. Because the ultimate meaning of the life and death law could completely crush the power of the origin of all evil. To hell with it. Why is this so similar to the mark of the god race? Old Man Wang murmured, and a trace of fear crept up his face as he shouted, "Go!" At that moment, the 5 of them turned around and fled without looking back. At this time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and all the crystal vein and spirit vein disappeared from between his eyebrows. "Let's go." Then, he put away the power of the law, looked at the people in the distance, and smiled at Madman. "Where are we going?" Madman bared his teeth. "Strike while the iron is hot. Cold Wind City." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and gave Madman a coordinate. He definitely couldn't say it in public, otherwise the other party would know their whereabouts and arrange a trap in advance, waiting for them to take the initiative to come to their door. Madman opened a space-time tunnel, and the two turned around and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd.